Zone Zone 2 is awesome, Gomi. Don't get my hopes up for that. I wish people wanted to see that. So, all right, here's the deal. There is a big list of like most arcade shmups that's ranked by difficulty. I think it's handled using like a community vote. I don't know how many people are voting, but the higher the number, the harder the game. So if we were to go to this tab over here, like the hardest arcade shmups are Mushihime-sama Futari Ultra Mode and Dodonpachi Daiojo White Label 2 all, which means you beat both loops of the game. Hey there, Aku. These games are both absurdly hard. So are these two. It's kind of interesting as you get to the top of this list, you get a lot of like really old games that loop twice. And the second loop was not really designed to be beaten. So it's just sort of accidentally on par with, you know, these really well-crafted experiences like Daiojo and Ketsui and stuff. I'm kind of a cave fan if you can't tell. Anyway, so I always wanted to be good at these games, but I'll tell you the game I really got into, there's two of them. One of them is Guwange. We're actually listening to the Guwange soundtrack right now. So if you look, it's at 20, which is halfway up to the very top of the list. Yeah, Toho usually tops out around 20. But so I was really into this game, and I was really into another game, Dangan Feveron, which is all the way up at 30. So I'll tell you how I was playing these games. This was a long time ago, so it was difficult to find video of like people playing them. And if you did find videos, it was like, here's a video recording of the literal world record. And you're not seeing any of the experimentation and like repeated attempts and everything that led to that world record. You're only seeing the result. So I already had some kind of strange ideas about how these games work. And I was on forums back then that really made it sound like, for example, when you're learning a game, you never want to use the continue function. And that's not true. Like when you are setting your final score, obviously you can't continue. Your score resets when you continue, but like that's it. There is in fact value to continuing at games, to learn them. And then once you've learned them, getting serious about, you know, throwing away attempts that aren't going well and everything. So what I was doing was okay, but that's the thing. Shmup heads don't say that, Pewter. That is just something that like used to be conventional wisdom according to people who didn't know what they were talking about like almost 20 years ago. So like don't throw like the real shmup players in with that. So what I would do is I would load up these really hard video games and just try to play them perfectly from the very beginning. And then as soon as I ran out of lives, I would start over. And I actually got pretty good at the first level or two of both of these games. Like I would have like high level scores on just those stages. And then as soon as it got difficult to dodge, I would just instantly die. What I'm getting at is that my process was flawed. I was not setting myself up for success with how I learned. So I got to thinking about this difficulty ranking list. And this is the most up-to-date version of it. It's actually, I can link you this sheet that I'm looking at. This is actually my personal spreadsheet for reviews of the games that I'm playing as part of this. However, on the other tabs at the bottom, it has my translation of, hang on just a second. It has my translation of the Japanese Shmup difficulty ranking wiki, because there is an old translation and it's out of date, like pretty significantly out of date. So some games moved around a lot. For example, Prehistoric Isle 2, which I have highlighted here, is rated 2 out of 45, which I would agree with. It actually feels easier than Night Raid. It used to be at level 4. So each 1 point on this list is supposed to be a pretty significant jump in difficulty. So for something to go down by 2 is a lot. There are also just a lot more games on the list than in the other posts that you get on the Shmups forum if you search for this thing. Hey there, Turtle Marlowe. How are you? So the format is I started at level 0 and I beat this game, which you can do without touching your controller, which meant that I graduated to level 1. So I had to beat Night Raid without continuing, which is annoying. Yeah, I'll do that. Hang on. Why not? Shmups. Let me just pin this. Good call. So, oh my god, I did not just do that. There we go. So then when I was at level 2, I had to beat one of these games without continuing to graduate to level 3. And I chose Raiden Fighters 2. I did it first, but the whole time I was playing, a bunch of people were like, yeah, this game should not be rated a 2. It is way, way, way harder than that. And I was like, really? Okay. So I decided to find out, and I did beat all 4 of these games without continuing. And yes, Raiden Fighters 2 is much harder, even with the fairy, even with like abusing bombs and ignoring the scoring system. So one takeaway here is this list is not going to be super accurate, but level 3 had a lot of really cool games in it, and I decided that the game I want to beat to graduate to level 4 is Gekirin Dan, which I think is pretty doable. There's a difficulty modifier over here. It says 2-player side, C-type, +4 otherwise, meaning that it would be ranked up here with Thundercross, 1943 Kai, Cosmo Gang, the video. So the reason for this is the C-type has a bug where the player 2 version of it does way too much damage. And if, when I play this tonight, if you stick around to watch, you'll see that has some ramifications. Yeah, 8. I would buy 8. Anyway, so once I beat one of these, we're free to move on to Terra Force, Nemesis, and Captain Tamade. But I might 1cc more than one of them. And, so this is getting into... I mentioned I was going to talk a little bit about my schedule for the rest of the month. If I didn't care at all about the shmups, I would go, all right, this is the last shmup stream of the month. It's going to be on hold until the Classic Vania wrap-up marathon. Yeah, Terra Force, Nemesis, and Captain Tamade. Captain Tamade was why I was like, I'm not 1ccing every single game. No one should feel like they have to 1cc Captain Tamade for their job. Like, you know what I mean? If you're in that position, you're getting a raw deal. So anyway, if I didn't care, I would be like, this is the last shmup stream, and then I'll see you again in early November. But this is a pretty new project, and I feel that if I take a week off from it, I might be more inclined to get discouraged, and I might take 2 weeks off, and that could turn into a month or 2, right? So I'm going to keep doing these I'm going to do another one of these on the 25th, because I think it's important to maintain a little bit of momentum. So I was thinking about Gekirin Dan, right? I think that shmups can be a little hard to follow if you don't understand the underlying systems. Like, there's a part that's really obvious that you can see, which is just someone zooming around and dodging stuff. But especially when you get into games like Battle Garega, where you are micromanaging a system under the hood that's really complicated. if you're just watching someone play it, you can't really see that. So Gekirin-dan got me thinking, and I haven't done this because I was having way more fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh! But you see how there's a lot of empty space on this layout? Where does chat go? Chat goes, yeah, under the pilot. What if chat's not visible here? Let me load up a vertical shmup so you can see what kind of like screen real estate we're working with. So there's room on this layout to put a little slideshow explaining the game that I'm playing. And I actually did this when I was playing Spelunky 2 because I was grinding Cosmic Ocean attempts. And so it was just a little slideshow that detailed the steps of getting into the Cosmic Ocean. It's 3 to 4. You just take a 4x3 monitor and you flip it on its side. Where was I going with this? Spelunky 2, right? So I had a little informational slideshow that demonstrated, or that showed, you know, you need to do these steps to get the Tablet of Destiny, which shows you which of the like funerary urns you need to pick up to spawn the Chillin in 6-2 or wherever it spawns. 7-2, something like that. It's 6-2. Because when I was grinding that game a lot, I found that I was just explaining it constantly. And I think, especially for regulars, it was a little boring to watch because it's like, normally there's a little bit of back and forth between like me and chat. People are able to discuss things that aren't the game, but like I didn't want people who didn't know Spelunky to be in the dark, so out of obligation, I would just dictate the entire run every time I did it. And it was even starting to put wear on my voice. So what if there's two options here? One is that chat is just not visible at all. Another is this game capture doesn't have to be the full size or the full height of the full 1080 pixel height of my canvas. So there could be space underneath it for chat. And then on the left, we could have like a graphic explaining, you know, that the second player C-type in Gekirin-dan does too much damage. And that's, you know, what I'm taking advantage of this run. I think that might render the interesting elements of some of these games a little less invisible to a spectator. But I guess my question is, would you guys like care? You know what I mean? Like, does that sound interesting? Does it sound like a whole bunch of work to put up an infographic that nobody's going to read? Like, does anyone have any thoughts on this? Because my mind is not made up. It's funny you use the pig emotes, because Batsugun is another game where, like, it would help to have a bunch of graphics explaining some of the stuff. What do you think? You don't mind it? I'd have to have a system for making them really quickly, but I don't think that would be too difficult. So we can't make one tonight. Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do worry about that. The thing is, some of these games, there's like nothing to explain other than this is the good ship. You know what I mean? If I were like working on 1cc'ing Battle Garega, then, you know, I could put a whole lot of slides that explain a whole bunch of stuff about the rank system that frankly, I think most viewers wouldn't need to know. Because if I ever did something strange, and like if I died and didn't react at all, you'd probably be able to go to intuit, okay, this was a deliberate death to manage rank. Yeah, but I'm not explaining scoring intricacies. It's stuff like you know, you would want to manage rank when you're playing Battle Garega to keep the rank low so that you can win the game. In Gekirin Dan, you're going to want to use a specific ship, which makes it way easier. It's just something to think about, because a lot of these games have something like that. Some of them don't. So I don't know. This fucking pattern is way harder to dodge than you would think. It's like the simplest thing in the world. Yes, I had that thought too, Greffery. It's a thought, you know, and like, I know this is never going to do Platformageddon numbers. That's fine. I just want it to be fun to watch for the people who choose to watch it. So I might try to put something like that together before the next Shmup stream. Although I strongly suspect Gekirin Dan will not be surviving tonight. Because the objectives aren't always in visual or in like a linear order. Yeah, I mean, it. You know, what's gonna drive engagement is always difficult to guess, in my opinion. But like Raiden Fighters 2, at one point it just kind of devolved into repeated failed 1cc attempts without the underlying systems, I think, making a lot of sense to the people who were watching. So think about it. Maybe it sounds pointless, maybe it doesn't. That's the extent of that. It also might make it easier to communicate, like Greffery said. I think maybe this idea of like when you move on to the next difficulty level and like what it means to be at a difficulty level is like a little easier to to understand if there's a way to visualize it. So for example, there could be a slide that's like, you know, just all the level 3 games, you know, so you can see what's on the list. Got a few ideas like that. So yeah, I mean, my workload is really heavy right now because the Classic Vania project was way more successful than I expected, and I was not ready for it. It's not a bad thing, you know. Yes, Dispatch. That's why it's at 3 instead of much higher. I say much higher, it's like 7. So I kind of lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. I don't know whether I want to put the project on hold for 1 week and spend the time that I would be streaming putting together graphical assets, because there's got to be a more visually interesting way to pull up this information than a spreadsheet. And I would have to brainstorm a little bit like how you do that. But like, you know, you could have the title screen of all of these games somewhere. They really should, Super Unknown. So many people who did that Classicvania thing have said to me, yeah, I'd never beaten a Castlevania game before. And now they've beaten like 10 of them. So, you know, Konami, if you're listening, I could use money. Yeah. I have noticed that like lots of people like streaming spreadsheets, and when a streamer has a spreadsheet open, my ears kind of perk up, and like I look at it like a dog looking at a squirrel out the window. Yeah, exactly, Xenophon. Where's my Pachislo machine? Give me the IP? Yeah, I wouldn't do anything with it. So, it's what I'm thinking. Now, anyone who was here last Shmup stream, which was a lot of fun, by the way. Sorry, hang on. So, when I reach a new difficulty level, I try every game, and I pick one, and I'm like, that's the one that I'm going to beat to advance to the next level. But I couldn't do Slap Fight because I didn't have it. I have it now, so like I feel like I should play Slap Fight before I do Gekirin-dan, so the last time that I played Gekirin-dan, I was just doing one credit of it to try to memorize as much of the game as I could. I got my first game over on the final boss to its first attack, which is like something that you shouldn't even get hit by if you know what you're doing. So it is possible that the game will go down kind of quick tonight. I also really want to play Stormblade, so we'll see. But before we do that, why don't we do Slap Fight? And we'll see how it goes. All right. Music's going away. MAME tends to be really loud at first. Don't be surprised if this is really loud at first. Here goes. What? Hang on. How do you freaking play something? Oh, interesting. There we go. Hey, thanks, Fire Mountain. How are you? Yeah, I love Stormblade, dude. I played it once and I was just like, I can't believe it's Visco, because Visco did Asuka and Asuka, which was super boring. But Stormblade is like 7 years later or something. No, it's actually not. It's 4 years later. That's a lot of time to like learn stuff. So this is this is Slap Fight. This system doesn't work. Oh, well, we might not be playing Slap Fight at all. Yeah. And that was Slap Fight. Let's review it. Back to Gekirin-dan. Well, yeah, I know. But they did Asuka and Asuka, which was infamous. Why can't I move this window? Well, literally nothing else was even trying to load is the thing. Hang on. You have any idea what causes Windows to just not let you move windows? Hang on. Close. Close. No MAME at all. There. It did, but nothing else worked. So, like nothing else even tried to load. Are you gonna let me drag this window? Thank God. There we go. Boom. Boom. So this game is really cool. It is really laid back, which is a weird way to describe a shmup, but you'll see. The second player side type C does too much damage. The game is not designed for it. Can you hear it? It seems like you can't. There you go. Yeah, but I tried that one. It didn't load. Yeah, this game is quiet. Is it too quiet? Let me go into the dip switch settings. Does anybody remember how to do that? Game audio seems fine. Barely audible. All right. It's in the F2 menu, right? Yeah. Configuration, maybe. Oh, you know what? I don't have player 1 buttons set. Hold F2. Why do I have to hold it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no. Input settings. I assume it's player 1 start that it's looking for. Let's just put this here. See if this works. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let's try this. Okay, that's way better, right? Now it's a little too loud. How about here? So, as far as I can tell, your objective is get the napalm sub-weapon and beat the game. Oops. Right. I just wanted to show you what it looked like if you died, that's all. Yeah, I mean, the idea is I have to beat one game from every skill bracket to move on to the next one. So let's say that I get up to 4 and I hate all of the games, and one of the 2 games has a +2 if you do this, then I might play that to graduate from 4, is how I'm going to handle that. There's some inconsistency in how the games are listed. So by default, the games before 30 are listed assuming you're using auto fire or turbo in like console gamer parlance. Then if you don't use turbo, there's a like positive modifier, you know what I mean? So it goes up a few levels. Games after that point seem to work the other way, where it assumes you're not using auto fire by default, and then there's a negative difficulty modifier if you do. I don't know why it's organized like that. The only thing I can think is it might reflect what like the community for that game tends to do. So maybe most people who play you know, Konami games tend not to use auto fire. I mean, I don't think that's the case, right? But hypothetically, and it just so happens that games where auto fire is the default tend to be easier. So that whole aspect of it is a coincidence. I really have no idea. All right, so this is where you can see that the C is kind of broken. I literally killed it so fast I wasn't ready for it. So, whoops, I didn't mean to put 2 credits in there, whatever. That would have been a run-ending mistake in Bat Rider, because the rank goes up faster if you have more credits in. Can you imagine, like, not knowing how Battle Garega works and just putting on 30 Hz auto fire and never changing it? That'd be cool. Anyone watching here who doesn't know what rank is? Because that's like something every Shmup player knows. But if you don't play these games regularly and you're not familiar with the community and everything, it might be a confusing term. Rank has nothing to do with, like, well, it doesn't have anything directly to do with, like, the game grading your performance. It is adaptive difficulty. So, a lot of shmups will, like, just get harder passively the longer you survive. And then maybe when you die, for example, the difficulty drops off a little bit, so the game is not just completely kicking your teeth in while you're trying to recover. In some games, this is really complicated, and so there's like a ton of esoteric stuff you can do to keep the game as easy as possible. And it's sort of like the poster child of unintuitive but really interesting rank systems is Yagawa, the designer of Battle Garega and Armed Police Bat Rider. which those games have a bunch of stuff you can do that will increase the rank, and things you can do to decrease it. So, yeah, I mean, it sort of is that car, but yeah, when people talk about the rank going crazy in a shmup, what they mean is something occurred that cranked the difficulty. Okay, yeah, I kind of thought so. Thank you, Duke. This game looks awesome, Adam. I think this game is really cool. But these are the kinds of things that I think it might be helpful to have an on-screen infographic for. So you can watch this knowing nothing about shmups and at least get a basic idea of like, well, I understand what the words the streamer is saying mean. You know what I mean? This isn't Slap Fight. I couldn't get Slap Fight to fucking work. I'll try it again after I 1cc this. I'm friends with some very good Battle Garega players, and they're like, honestly, like the rank system is really complicated, but from a player's perspective, you don't need to know too much of it. Like there are some just sort of simple rules you can follow as you're playing that will keep the game's difficulty manageable. And all of the like space-time wizard stuff is if you're like literally trying to set the world record. I love this game, Phil Breach. It's easier when you're not talking, you know? I'll tell you that much. Yeah, Zoomor, the like port of the shot triggers port of Battle Garega to the PS4 has that, and I think some people have made like name extensions or overlays or something that do this for some games. Hey, Professor Bad Vibes, how are you? Yeah, Slap Fight is definitely not, like, you weren't wrong, Car. Slap Fight is not the game you would picture if you heard the title Slap Fight. It's a Gradius-influenced game by Toaplan. Like, the music even sounds like Gradius. Godhand, that makes sense, actually. I don't know why it's called Slap Fight, to be frank. Yeah, that's cool, Duke. Right, yeah, that's the thing. It's the Mega Drive version has a Koshiro Yuzo soundtrack, and it's really good. I opened this stream with Dogyun music. I like Dogyun. I don't think I would like enjoy to play it like seriously. But I think that's like the most unsafe part of the level over with. Well, other than the change power-up is always the most dangerous thing. Just, you really want this shot type, you don't want the other one. That C will change me to this like much slower wave shot that like pierces enemies, but I think in practice this is always better or almost always better or something. I wouldn't know because I like just started playing this. I really fucked up there. Bet you believe I just started playing it now. I think Dokyun has some wonderful music too. Alright, so you point blank this thing up to the top of the screen, and then if you just wait up here, it can't hit you. And you don't want to kill it too fast. Yeah, Pewter. It shoots? It's never shot me before. Jed, I think you've got a great idea there. Claire, you troublemaker. I think that I needed to be directly on top of that thing to seal its bullets. Because that thing has literally never fired at me before. That was the first time, so I just learned something. Sealing is like when you take an action that prevents an enemy from firing. Usually it's like overlapping because the games have some sort of like anti, sniping, point blanking measures to keep them from being too frustrating. Or sometimes like scrolling an enemy off screen will seal its bullets. One of those two I think I needed to do there. I've never been hit by that thing before. Thank you, BBH. BBH, do you happen to know how to seal the stage 2 mini-boss's bullets? I think I've been doing it by accident the whole time. It just shot me while I was mid-sentence, and I didn't even know it could fire. That's after it, like, falls to the ground and starts stomping on the houses. In Britain. Yeah, I played a random credit of it the other day because I was trying to memorize it. And I game overed on the last boss. So I've started getting like when I take a hit, I just reset. But I think maybe I need to not do that. Yeah, I love it. Get bugged. This game is tight. I really want a 1cc Stormblade. Yeah, I meant gamed over, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess they did, huh? There we go. Oh, well, that's one way to seal its bullets, I guess. You get more points for letting this thing land. It crushes a bunch of the houses and they have metals inside, but someone killed it, and I think this actually spawned extra enemies. This is probably also marginally more difficult. So it goes. Why does it? This whole section is really sparse on enemies because that mini boss that I killed could still be alive here, I think. But it makes for a nice, like, just environmental, you know, like, set piece. Okay, I don't remember the strat on this, so I shouldn't be up in its face, but I am, and I probably will regret it. Nope. Don't feel like dealing with that. Yeah, a little Tatsujin repo. Tatsujin is the game that invented skulls, if you guys didn't know. I didn't even fucking have one of those until Tatsujin came out. Yeah, kids today take the fucking skull for granted. I do not remember this level at all. I've seen it a few times, but all I remember is like the last stage and like not that clearly. That Castlevania thing has been so much work, dude. Again, I want to stress, I'm not complaining. I'm happy, but holy crap, I was not expecting that. I watched the Replay Burners video of this. It was like a score attack video, and it looks like a very tedious game to try to get a good score on because there just aren't that many points to be had. So I think it's on this boss. They like take a death to get rid of the napalm so that they can very slowly whittle this boss down and let it spawn a whole bunch of like turrets that are worth points. So like, the game is like 6 minutes longer than if you just do a normal 1cc of it. And 3 of those minutes are spent milking one boss, and 3 are spent milking another. I should have not tried that. Terrified of, I mean, the Y2K bug was a big deal. It's just that preventative measures actually worked. So if we hadn't been terrified of the Y2K bug, it would have been a disaster. You know, it wouldn't have like really resulted, I think, in the kind of chaos that people were maybe secretly hoping it would, but of course, I'm sure you know all that. Oh. I'll credit feed just so I've seen every level. Wow, I was basically dead. Does this game have extends? I feel like it's got one, yeah. You don't really need it. This game's not that hard. I'm making it look more difficult than it is. I, like, literally did better on this the first night I played it than I'm doing right now. I don't feel bad about that. I worked a lot this week. So, I'm trying to talk and shmup at the same time, which is not the easiest. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens with the Unix timestamp equivalent or Unix clock equivalent. The like 2036 bug or whatever. That's what happens in Geki Gamedown, actually. I missed when I hit napalm, just because it made a nice noise. I thought it was going to shoot another one of those yellow bullets down the middle. Yeah, famed Linux lover, Duke Donuts. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, it's like, it's not a difficult game, like, no matter what. Fog, by Shmup standards. I mean, I feel like all arcade Shmups are at least a little difficult. But it's bugged. So the player, and I didn't even realize this was, like, not intentional. Because sometimes there are intentional player 2, player 1 differences, but the player 2 C-type does too much damage. Yeah, dude. I really miss being in a Linux household in the 90s. Those were good days. That was bad. But damn. I think I went on the other, like, hang on. I don't want to kill this thing too fast because I want to practice that, so if you don't mind. I think you just go this way. And then you don't hit the bullets. Whoops. Whew. Is it only coming out of the right channel? It could be. I think the sound is imperfectly emulated on this official board I'm using, so be why. For some reason, I can't react to the first bullet. This right here. I guess it's like where it spawns is a little like disjointed from the barrel of the gun, or it feels that way. Like it gets a head start of a couple pixels. Oh, I need to be to the side here. Yeah, I'm glad I stopped firing. Yeah, I mean, like, part of it is I miss using computers in a way where Linux was, like, completely sufficient. I cannot believe you lived in a Linux household growing up. I feel like almost nobody can say that because I don't think it's that common to, if you have kids, go, yeah, the kids can learn Linux. But I've done that. I did that too. In the 90s, we were, fuck my life, we were a Linux household. So, I just need to get this shit up. Oh, this guy was actually kind of tough. I'm going to let him fire. I mean, Mac households were definitely pretty common in the 90s. Oh. It's actually pretty simple. I think, yeah, this is the phase that's kind of a pain. Give me this. household in the 90s? Oh, that would be awesome. I got to play an Amiga in the 90s, which is a really uncommon experience for Americans. Like a friend of my parents had the guy's like daily driver computer was an Amiga. I think he did some kind of, I remember it being graphic design, but in hindsight, I kind of wonder if it was like some other form of multimedia, like maybe video editing workload that he liked the Amiga for. Video editing would make sense, but anyway, let me tell you, when you like, the Super Nintendo was new at this point, so this is a long time ago. When you've only played like NES games and like a few Super Nintendo games that you happen to own, because like most of your friends don't have a SNES yet. The Amiga really did feel like, whoa, this thing is so much more powerful. And it's just funny having that experience as a kid, and it stuck with me. I filed the Amiga under like cool computer shit that I want way back then. And then revisiting Amiga games, like there aren't a lot that I would really like to play, I think. I also have, like, without question, the nerdiest reason that I used to want an Amiga. I got really into anime, and the way that people made anime fan subs back in the day was they would get masters off of, like, they would, like, dub a Laserdisc to SVHS. So you have to get a Laserdisc player, which, like, the format had already pretty, resoundingly failed by this point, so they weren't that expensive. You had to get an Amiga. Those were also ancient by this point. And you had to get Video Toaster. And then you would master tapes to SVHS from, like, a Japanese Laserdisc and use Video Toaster to overlay the subtitles. I wanted to get into making fan subs for some reason. I didn't speak Japanese at this point, so I really don't know why I thought that this would be a good thing for me to do. I think there's like two sections of the game, basically. There's this mini-boss, which I've never gotten to this underpowered, so I've like never seen its sides fire. And then there's a whole bunch of, like, skull enemies. Or not skull, they're, like, scary monster face enemies after this. And this guy's kind of cool. Yeah, these things. And, like, even when you're fully powered up, these are kind of a pain to kill in time. Oh. Yikes. I'm just gonna do the last boss. If I have a prayer of once he's seeing this, I won't need to do that, so. Neither did some fan subbers. Yeah, true. I don't understand how to dodge some of the final boss's patterns. This is the final boss. It's taking a really long time to spawn in because that's just how this game works. Like, I can, like, check social media and stuff. Oh, whoops. There. So this part's, like, pretty intuitive. See how intuitive it is? Like, Once these bullets, I'm too underpowered to take out the guys. I need to bomb. Once these shots align with your vertical position, they turn, or they curve to hit you. So like, you just tap vertically after they've done that. They've like locked onto you and it's fine. This is the part where like I think it starts out with pink lasers down the side and then it does this thing down the middle. Yeah, I guess you just get out of the way. But at one point, it does these things at the same time. And yeah, that. I don't know what to do there. Whoops. He critic. And it's dead. That final phase of the last boss is really short. So I'm probably just going to bomb there when I get there on a real run. Well, when you consider it's the last boss, I think it's kind of an excusable thing for it to do. Surely there is a workaround that's not bombing. Yeah, I think it's... Oh, you know what? I feel like I've seen people point blank it, yes. And yeah, I think Pyromance, there's going to be a safe spot for that middle attack. Like most of the way down the screen, but I don't think it'll be necessary for me to learn that. I love Growther. This game is awesome, set to say. I think, like, I could see this getting a little dull to play because, for one thing, like, it really does belong to be down here. I know I'm not making it look easy, but so it goes. So I think even if this was your favorite shmup and you played it all the time, like, I don't know what you would do. Like, at some point you'd be like, yeah, the game's just too easy. You would learn it, like, too well. It might look a little cagey, I guess. Oh yeah, so I was thinking it would be cool to put the developer names and the like release year and stuff on the screen as well. I don't really know how to, like, either on a graphic design level or like a technical level. Like, you know, what, you know, do you use a browser source or what? Like, how would you want to put this into OBS? Because there are many ways. It would be cool to put a bunch of information like that on the screen because I know that a lot of my viewers are not that familiar with arcade games, and it might be fun for them to learn, like, that you don't do that. It might be fun for them to learn, you know, okay, this is what a cave game looks like. This is what Toa Plan is, you know. They really do have a Devonpach look. Dude, I'm so tired. That classic Vania stream on Tuesday, before I went live, I was like, I don't know if I can do this because I was exhausted. Hey, thank you, Eltriac. How's it going? I was exhausted from Rockman and Forte. That stream ran really long, and I already talked about this, so I won't harp on it too much. And I don't want anyone to feel like subtweeted by this. I'm not, frankly, I'm not talking about anyone who's spoken up in chat, so I think it's okay. Some chat members were really going hard. I'm like, oh, this game is really hard. You're gonna rage so much at how hard this game is, and like, it got under my skin a little bit. Because, like, for one thing, I don't know, like, where they got that. Like, you can see I'm, like, crashing into enemies over and over again in the easiest shmup ever made. I'm not upset at all. You know what I mean? But dealing with that while streaming at the same time, it was exhausting, like, just mentally. And it was still a fun stream, but like I woke up the next morning and I was like, dude, I am so tired. I don't want to pick up these C power-ups because I want the default shop type. I'm going up the difficulty list, but I'm not doing Captain Tomaday because I hate it. I mean, I'm gonna 1cc, or I'm gonna credit feed it, but so the deal with the format fog, you probably already know this, is I just have to 1cc one game from any given difficulty level to graduate to the next one. Then when we get to a difficulty level, I credit feed every game and pick the game that I want to 1cc. However, it is optional. I can do more than one game from one difficulty bracket. Like, I 1cc'd every level 2 game. I was pretty proud of my Fire Barrel run because I couldn't finish one loop of it, and I was like, man, this doesn't feel that hard. I feel like I'm like really close to doing it. And I got to the 5th boss of the 3rd loop. So when it clicked, I was just like, yep. No, it's all right. Step aside. Well, you could actually. Oh yeah, thank you, partner. Is meant to be reflective of my skill level at this genre. That is the reasoning behind the theming. You know that, and obviously with my like VTuber design and everything, if I had like real sick like red and black like, laser beam like hardcore gaming katana branding, it would look really weird and out of place, which might be funny in its own way. Yikes. Put that freaking gun there. Yeah, this game's awesome. With the aviation goggles, yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, maybe I did enough damage to it that it's not going to fire that thing. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, nice. I mean, you ping me now so you don't forget about it. Because the way I have Discord notifications set up, and this has been a problem in the past when people have really needed to get my attention. You can't get my attention with Discord while I'm streaming. Explosions around the front. Yeah, so I did that every single time before and didn't even notice. Yes. We know that a game that Pilot Dot would fit into would actually be really high on the list. We understand this now. Yeah, for example. I forget how quickly you can get back napalm if you die here. I have died on that boss before, so to space travel. That's how we do it in the US actually. You talked to, or if you ever heard like 80s, American 80s kids talk about doing this thing called Space Camp, that was more literally, you did go to space. Thanks. I see it out of the corner of my eye. Okay. I think I ran into a ship, right? Not a bullet. I do remember that movie, actually, about the space kids accidentally going into space. That was a documentary filmed in real time, of course. Right? Oh, give me that. That was probably an unnecessary bomb, but I've had a shocking number of enemies like sneak up on me from behind and collide with me. I'm looking forward to that Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. I think I'm gonna keep playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Afterwards. But I don't know, because it's a pretty expensive hobby. What am I at now? Stage 3, I think? There's only like 5 stages in this game, right? Or is it even 4? This is a relatively short game. The loop length is comparable to a lot of other games, but the number of stages is lower. This is 5 stages. Okay, so I'm on stage 3, I think, right? No, this is stage 4, isn't it? Yeah, I just completely forgot about stage 2. Which is funny because I died on that stage. I'll tell you what the big surprise of this challenge has been so far. Fire Barrel. I didn't think I would like Fire Barrel as much as I did. Thanks, Deep Shot. Yikes. Really didn't do a good job there. You're so fun, Sonic Master. You're so fun. I don't know, man. Oh, this guy opens up with, yikes. I was thinking of a later boss. Well, the run didn't die there entirely because I continued on this guy multiple times to be sure I understood how to dodge that. Yeah. I always feel bad for you when you set that up and then someone snipes it and it's like, guys, he was doing a bit. Hey, thanks for the follow. Wait, Are you the one with the really cool pointing emote? This is like one of my favorite emotes on Twitch. Hurry! Boy! Not bad. Yes, you are. Do your pointing emote. Guys, check this emote. Yeah. I love it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to immediately put you on the spot first thing. I just got excited. Oh, you jokesters. I'm gaming. This is an arcade game. It doesn't have a pause button. Wow, I should have gotten hit there, but I didn't. Okay, I understand how that works. Now no bullet can hit you. Thank you, Love Slug. So we're at 1 continue now, right? The fewest continues I've done this in is 1. Okay, where do you want to start here? I'm sure this is a 2-player C-type thing. Just getting up here and being completely safe. These things don't live anywhere near long enough to damage you or run into, or fire at you or run into you. Oh, are there 2 on the same side? No, not yet. No? Expand. Tom, I lurked for most of your Castlevania last night, but I think I did speak up once or twice on the video. I didn't see how it ended. I missed the last couple minutes of the stream. How far did you get? Oh, there you go. This is 1 continue at a point when I think I continued like at least 90 times. Previous run. Okay, don't do what I just did. I think you don't want to start picking these off on the sides until the second one of the, I don't know what you call these things. Kind of bird-looking enemies. Sort of like a bird, but you got to put gas in it. And people can ride inside. It's made of metal. Oh, do you remember which like level that is? If you refer to the sections of Castlevania by their stage numbers, that can be a little confusing because you can skip, I think what the game calls stage 3. It might be stage 2. So if you're playing the game like with a particular damage boost, like the stage numbers desync every loop. Was it, who was the boss? Was it Death or was it Frankenstein's creature? Or was it Dracula? Ah, the Bat Bridge. Okay, yes. The Bat Bridge is rough. Can I just kill this? Not quite. Oh shit, okay. I wonder how close I got to killing this left part. It seems like not very. I'm actually gonna need a strat for this guy. Both, oh my gosh. Both wings broke at once. I wonder if it's based on damage to the wings or if just hitting the boss anywhere does that. I bet it's the latter. All right, so second continue. And then I feel like this is a kind of tricky attack. I have actually dodged those curving lasers before, and I can't tell you how. because I didn't do it this time. These are definitely really Tatsujin looking enemies. Oof. Yeah, that was pretty. Alright, no power-ups. Yeah, right. No, thank you. Yeah, the Bat Bridge, you probably don't want any advice, right? If you didn't know, I made a... Yeah, I love those guys. I made a little strategy guide to Castlevania 1 that I think does a pretty good job of explaining how to beat the game deathless. What it's missing is a detailed explanation of the beginning of level 4. 4. The beginning of level 4. The, cave section with the water. Yeah, and if there's another thing you might consider. Hang on, I do have a pause key. I recently was a guest on Zoiteki's stream, and I was sort of coaching them at the game live, and they picked it up really fast. But you know, it might be interesting to watch someone go through the process of learning it like that. Yikes. I wish my bombing reflex had not gone off there, because okay, so this one you move to the side. And then you say you get right up in the boss's face? Nah. This enemy's awesome. It's actually the last boss. But I don't want to show the ending because it's very slow, and I didn't 1cc it. But yeah, I mean, that's why that attack is so hard to dodge. It really doesn't have much HP left when you get it to that point. Oh, were you talking about the skulls on Haunting? Were you maybe desynced? Or, you know, lagged behind or whatever? So I think that was what... Was that 3 continues? It felt like it. We'll say 3. 3 or more. I don't think it was 2, though. Oh, you did, okay. Yeah, you're actually chasing the final boss throughout all these time periods, which might sound familiar if you remember Asuka and Asuka. That game that everybody remembers on account of how good it is. So he is every boss. He's just like a dude in the neck. He has some kind of Dr. Wily device. This game looks really good. Yeah. The soundtrack is a good, anti-tilt measure as well, I think. Because if you fuck up and you have to reset, it's like, oh no, I have to hear stage 1 again. Who cares? Yikes. That got really ugly. Yeah, how's it going, Aldi? Yeah, this game is sick. Oh yeah, this has a Saturn port. I have no idea how good the port is. I got out my Saturn for this game and I completely forgot I did that. We could have been playing the Saturn version. Oh, it's shoddy? Okay, well there you go. I love this game. So would it suffice before main? Basically, is what you're saying. Yeah, think. I was starting to say think, computer. Frickin' BBH is rubbing off on me. That's the issue. It truly can't get any better. Yeah. On Haunting, you don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, dude. You play Yu-Gi-Oh? Did you know I'm in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament this weekend? Has this come up? The power move is only doing the bottom half of those, I think. Yeah, it's on Gomi's channel. It's on Saturday. I'm playing Runic Control, but the format is Gomi came up with all of our decks and like tweaked them to be balanced, relatively balanced against each other. So as I understand it, while we have a lot of like completely like valid archetypes, we don't have like the most frustrating versions of those archetypes to play against. That was the impression I got. Don't bet. I hope you didn't bet on me, Baxter, because that's not happening. I've been playing with the others, and I'm not, like, terrible, but I have lost. I'll tell you that much. All right, I feel like I get hit by this guy a distressing amount. Yep, that would be why. If I hadn't tapped to the side, though, I think I would have been fine. Yikes. I'm all over the place. There we go. Yeah, I get the impression that the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like it's awesome, but then like any card game, sometimes stuff is flavor of the month. And it's just really frustrating to play against. I don't know many people who've ever played through a block where Necropotence was really strong in Magic the Gathering, who didn't despise Necropotence. Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems like a safe bet, honestly, Baxter. I almost didn't see that bullet. It was hiding in that explosion. If my goal was just to 1cc this game as quickly as possible, I would simply bomb at the beginning of the second boss's second phase or third phase, or whichever one is hitting me that consistently, but the goal is to get better at shmups. Though I think there's some value in just challenging myself to dodge that one and like figure it out. That, and I'm not like in a huge hurry to bump up to difficulty level 4. And even if I got there tonight, it doesn't have that many games, so the whole credit feeding to try everything out process would be pretty quick. Unlike level 3, which went on so long I lost my voice. I didn't really, but I was getting there. Someone was talking about, I don't know many of the archetypes, you'll have to forgive me. I know the one I'm playing, which is Runic Control. And then I played against another one of the entrants in the tournament who had some deck with a whole bunch of monsters named Melty, whatever. And they would like, they were all individually weak, and then they would, you know, you would somehow use them to special summon something that really was not weak. And like, I could attack over defense position monsters and stuff, so you just got hit for like over half-life in one turn. It didn't seem like a very strong archetype against runic control, however. Thanks for the follow. I see it out of the corner of my eye, but the game's too intense. Famously intense Shmup. Geki being done, like nothing ever happens. Oops. Thanks, referee. Have a good one. Yeah, the Oko week sounded miserable. Hell yeah, Pascal. I really like playing runic control, but I think it's just like I had literally never seen Yu-Gi-Oh before. So I went from knowing nothing about the game to Gomi going, oh, I know which archetype you should play because it's like a blue and white deck. Like, explaining how it works, and, you know, if you played like, I don't know, shit like Stasis Kismet, runic control is like pretty comfortable. You know, that's a play style that you're pretty familiar with. It is pretty funny just literally not engaging with the battle mechanic in this game that I've never played before. For those who don't know, the runic archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of spells that make you skip your next combat phase. So if you're playing it right, you're like never attacking, you are just milling them. If you can attack, you're probably like absurdly ahead or super behind. Card experience, just Magic the Gathering, and I played it as a grade school kid, so like, you know, when you're young enough, you're like, wow, force of nature, I put this on the board and then I just win in 3 turns unless they can block it like really, really hard, and then they lose the blocker, you know what I mean? Like, that's Magic the Gathering strategy when you're really, really young. Okay, right. This attack. I think that was actually kind of dangerous, what I just did. Woo. Final phase. I feel like that phase is less intense than the first phase. or the next to last phase. Do damage on the stack. Don't know what that means. I have like 5 or 6 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh experience. The funny thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is like so much of the skill seems to be in reading the cards quickly enough. I guess you would hit a point where you just know everything, though. Fuck me. I thought I was higher. This was a plausible 1cc run until that point. It would take some... I would have to, like... you know that thing Rock Lee did? I'd have to do that. Oh, that is scary. If you can read. I think if I wanted to get good at Yu-Gi-Oh, I would be in a pretty good spot, just because I have a very good friend who's very good at it. So I could just like ask them for advice, and they would probably know how to dumb it down to something that I can put into action. Are you talking about Forbidden Memories? I chickened out. I wasn't sure I could point blank it until it died. I could have. There you go. Die! That sucks. Oh, I got my bomb back. It's okay. Oh, fucking every time, dude. That's not a bad credit. I don't really feel the need to play these out. I think I can just play until game over and then start over. Yeah, Forbidden Memories is like, I think, Twitch flavor of the month right now a little bit. I've seen a lot of like speedrun people playing it. It looks fucking awesome. Like I want to play it, but you know, there's a lot in my life that is on pause right now because the Classic Mania stream ended up being an absurd amount of work. I was supposed to make a flyer for that so I could promote it, and I didn't have the time. Whoa. Oh, I guess I got that bonus for killing it really fast or something. Maybe I like didn't touch the sides. Yeah, 5 card. I was even thinking 15. I was gonna play whichever one Jupiter Climb plays. Yeah, did you suggest 5 because you know my tendency to like really shy away from quality of life mods and everything? Yeah, the game predates Paper Yu-Gi-Oh, right? If I'm not mistaken. So like it just doesn't have the same like rules as modern Yu-Gi-Oh. The curriculum, that's a good way to put it. 1999 and 2009? Holy shit. Did I stop playing before 1999? That's possible. When did Chronicles come out? Fourth edition and Ice Age. Stop playing before you started. That's really funny. I was an early Magic the Gathering player. Unfortunately, I missed out on the Black Border sets and on Unlimited as well. So I can't just sell my cards for a down payment on a house. 95 for Chronicles. Yeah, I don't know if I played very long after 95. I might have been out of it by like 97, because the N64 came out in 96, right? I definitely have a memory of like my friend coming over to watch the Super Bowl. He brought his Magic cards and played my deck that involved like Tackle Maggot or something. I don't really know what I was thinking there. I was a kid. And we also played the N64, which I was like at Bowser in the Sky. So I think the first time he ever saw that game was the last level. I feel sort of bad about that. He got his own N64 eventually, so he got to experience Mario 64. You traded all of your Antiquities cards? Yeah. Yeah, Antiquities was out of print before I started, I'm pretty sure. But it was not impossible to find booster packs of it. It's just it cost like $15 per pack. Whereas packs of the current sets cost normal. Would have been early 97. Oh, right, because of the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl. That's a thought, yeah. So I was still playing in early 97. What were you guys up to in 97? I bet a lot of you weren't even born. You go through a phase in life where you're surprised to be talking to like fully, mature adults who are every bit as smart as you or like 5 times smarter. And you're talking about something that happened in your childhood and they literally hadn't been born yet. And you're like, whoa, I'm so old. And then you get over that. It's just like completely unremarkable to you. Like, yep, people got to get born at some point. Get born. That is like that Red Hot Chili Peppers song. Remember the one? There's a what makes the song stink about it. He gets real mad about the combination of, or about the phrase "getting born." Yeah, that doesn't like make me feel old anymore. Nothing really does. It's shocking initially, and then you're like, oh, yeah, sure. That happens. I think I killed the flamethrower. We'll see. I saw some explosions, so I think we're good. But I might instantly die here when it lands. Dispatch, if you're still here, thanks for pointing that out. Usually I don't like back seating and stuff, but it's different for shmups. I don't, you know, like that kind of back seating people do where they just boss you around all the time. I never like, but like for this, the way that I always learned arcade games was it was like a group effort, you know? You would watch other people play and take notes and like discuss the games with them. Okay, so I think just staying on the side here is, yeah, the way to go. Oh my god. But I got scared of this. I think this thing is dead. No, it's not. Your older brothers really wanted Resident Evil. Did you end up preferring the PlayStation? We had a rare misstep in around Christmas time once, where our cousin really wanted a DS. They were brand new. There weren't that many games for the DS when it was new. You know, it was like Mario 64 DS and not much else. And she had played poppin' music on a PS2 at my house and like could not get enough. So we were like, okay, so this is definitely mutually, we like approached her mom about it. We were like, this is definitely mutually exclusive with the DS. It's this or that, but hear me out. Remember that music game that she played that she really, really, really liked? What if she's getting old enough that she could work a swap disc? So what if we buy her a PS2 and mod it and build her a poppin' music controller and import poppin' music so she could play that? And we did that, and she was initially like a little disappointed, but I think ended up really liking the PS2, you know, in the long run. Whee! I was looking at chat and I saw a bullet. But it was funny, like, because both families got together to give her the gift. And like, she just kind of looked at it and like blinked. Like you can tell she was like, what is all this stuff? Like, and she knew it was probably cool, but like didn't recognize half of it. It's like, okay, so you're getting your own PlayStation, like me and my brother had. And we built you one of those controllers. I keep scratching my face while there are bullets heading toward me and it spirals out of control. Fuck. I was really worried that might happen. Please, please spawn another C. I'm doing no damage now. That's not a C. This is what life is like for the characters that do normal damage, I guess. See? Oh, fuck. Alright, that's fine. You want all these power-ups? Anyway, we got her the PlayStation version of Chrono Trigger to go with it. Because it was in, like, some collection. Because the thought process was like, well, getting just a poppin' music machine and nothing else for Christmas might be kind of a bummer. So, like, what are some other games we can get her? She was getting, into the... Yeah, so we got her the Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy one. And, maybe even the Final Fantasy 6 and 5 one. I'm not sure. It might have been both of them. That was how she played Chrono Trigger. She loved it. Whoa. She got to the very end and I think would like have one of us come over to beat the final boss, because I think like keeping up with the ATB was maybe a bit much. So I have a lot of memories of like going over to her house and loading up her save and going, see, this is how you cast haste, and you see Luminaire, you just keep doing that. You don't do anything else. She's like, oh, okay. Scratch in my face. I got away with it. Woo! Oh my god. I feel like this section has been a pain every time. It's something about how spread out these enemies are. It makes me want to glue myself to the back of the screen, which, I don't know. Hanging out at the back of the screen always kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm not... I love Chrono Trigger's story. I find the game itself, like, a little difficult to revisit, because... I just want there to be more there, I guess. Yeah, because it keeps happening to me when I'm playing games like this, Rojo. The thought has occurred to me. Do you have the same experience? Hey, thank you for the raid. How are you? KN Tane. How's it going? I'm working on 1cc'ing this objectively not that difficult game. And off stream, I got more runs to the last boss than I've done tonight. Hey, what were you up to? I love this game. Geki Rindan. What were you playing? Well, yeah, that's not Trigger's fault. Oh, yeah, you're playing the Cup. That's cool. I love this freaking game. I'm just gonna pick these up right away so you're not bouncing around one doing other shit. I saw somebody's route where they like picked up the 2 C's at the same time. It looked awesome, but this game's awesome. So I'm using the player 2 side C shit, and it does too much damage. So like you can get away with point blanking a lot of enemies and just killing them before they can do anything. You can't do that with the other ships. Even with the other ships, it's not like the hardest game in the world. That might be me. But like, look at this. Like that was a boss. I just got up in its face and killed it. So. But so I'm not like a super great shmup player myself. That's actually the purpose of this project is I'm working my way up the Japanese shmup difficulty ranking wiki. So do you know the one I'm talking about? It's actually like listed in the yeah, you know the one. I've got a new translation of it because the one on the Shmups forum is really out of date. Like prehistoric isles in the wrong place, and a lot of games just aren't there at all. It's in the pinned message, but it's in the other tabs. So the idea is when I who the fuck put that there? When I reach a new difficulty level, I try every game. I pick one to 1cc, and when I 1cc it, I can move on to the next difficulty level unless I want to 1cc more of the games where I'm at. So I 1cc'd every 2 out of 45 games, and I feel I can say with confidence that even using the ferry, Raiden Fighters 2 is harder than Asuka and Asuka, Fire Barrel, and Prehistoric Isle 2. Fire Barrel's kind of close. Yeah, there wasn't another like great way for me to get a list of shmups sorted by difficulty. ago. And I figure like it's fine if some of the difficulty placements are weird because I don't have to 1cc everything anyway. I've been told that Nemesis at 4 is like suspicious because I heard from someone who knows Gradius pretty well that it's harder than Gradius, not easier, and Gradius is way higher, so I don't know why. You know, that might be one of those rankings that like doesn't make any sense. I keep getting hit by the second phase of this. If you're curious, I think the hardest shmup I've ever 1cc'd is only Mushihime Original. I have beaten one loop of Gunbird, but it was using Yuan Nang, which I think is not as difficult as the other chips, so... Oh god. And like, the impression I've gotten from playing the games at the bottom of the list is like, yeah, this is where I belong. This is my skill level. Like, obviously focusing on one game, you can learn it, but... I haven't been reminded of that ever. How about that? Anyway, I hope the Cup went well. Interesting, yeah. I love that game, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to... You stop that. Don't you dare mini-dot me. I don't really know what to do with this section because... It seems almost inevitable that some ships will survive and they fire and it like kind of blends in with the like death sprite. I feel like the thing to do might be just go up the screen and accept that you're not going to be able to kill all of them. You guys are freaking jokers. You put up this stretch while I'm shmupping and I can't pause. You know what this is like? Like when you're playing fighting games at an arcade and someone puts their token up on the bezel, but they don't just put it there. They like flick it and they go like, I don't know, like Hadouken or something. You ever have someone do that while you're trying to frickin' block Milia? It's so confusing. All right. Finally. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Lakali's Cup or something. It's a shmup like tournament that's going on. Hang on, I gotta get a bottle of water. You were waiting for me to turn that off. I gotta get a bottle of water. Hang on. I entered Lakali's Cup one year and I was really excited for it, and the day before it started, a family member had a family member had an appendectomy. BBH. Whew. And so I had to drop out. I was kind of sad about it because Dangan Feveron was one of the games. I really liked Dangan Feveron. I actually owned the board. I picked it up when I was a teenager, and boards were cheap, and I had a part-time job, so I was like, why not? And I was like, finally, an excuse to like try to get decent at this game. Didn't happen. Oh, right. I feel like this gets kind of hairy. Yeah, it's the tanks as well. Hey, thanks for the raid, Bonus Lizard. Did you, how many Vanias did you do? Get that now, before it becomes a problem. I have the itchiest face in the world. Yeet. You ever played this Gekirin Gun? It's a cool game. This game freaking is. I was gonna say this guy's got to be dead just about. Which one? Same Castlevania or what? Yeah, Wii Demon. I got a PS4 because like I was getting into Dark Souls and it's like, well, Bloodborne is PS4 exclusive. And then they announced Battle Garega and I was like, Mom, Dad, Christmas is coming up. You have to give me a PS4. Which was pathetic at my age, for the record. I was too old to do that, but... and then they announced Danganronpa, and I was like, this is kismet. And I have never used my PS4 at all. I have probably played like... I played like 40 hours of Monster Hunter World and nothing else. But I have Danganronpa and Battle Garega. I could play them. They seem like good ports. I played a little bit of Dangan because I wanted it for like training mode. For a little bit, I was gonna try to learn Danganronpa, and then I decided to do this project instead because I felt I would have a little more confidence if I had more like relatively easy clears under my belt than like just bashing my head against one that's way, way above my skill level, which, as I understand it, some people do learn quite well that way, so, you know, different approaches work for different people. But I thought that I might enjoy it more if I could go, ooh, I could beat Asuka and Asuka. That's a message. I gotta see it. Chronologically in the lead up, M2 is doing Daiojo? I didn't know that. What's it gonna be on? Uh-oh. I love Daiojo. Daiojo is how I got into shmups in like a really weird way. I was super into rhythm games as like a teenager. And all the cool rhythm gamers. Okay, what did this guy do? God, every freaking time. Here's the thing, he was basically dead when I died. That's really disappointing. All the cool rhythm gamers were like, oh yeah, DDR is fun at first. Hey, thanks for the raid, Rosie. How's it going? How are you? They were like, DDR is fun at first, but you really got to get into 2DX. And they would laugh at you if you pronounced it IIDX. And so I was like, okay, well, I'll get. I cannot believe that hit me. I was like, I'll get an import PS2 so that I can play 2DX. And I thought, well, it might make sense to get a non-rhythm game for this thing. Why not? And I based on the cover, not knowing anything about it and not having played a shmup since NES Life Force, I bought Daiojo. This is kind of hard if you're at this power-up level, I think. Yeah, that was a dead run. What were you up to, Rosie? I taking 2 deaths before that point is fine. That's by no means a dead 1cc, but I lost so much firepower taking the deaths too close together. Yeah, I got 3rd, 5th, and 6th style. Kite Star, are you really backseating Dot as of like 20 years ago? First of all, and second, mod chips back then for the PS2 were not very reliable. Nice. That's cool. If you wanted to play import PS2 games back then, and you had the money, which I did because I had a job washing dishes, you really did want to get an import PS2. Okay, that's a cool thing. That's a cool thing you can do. Galuda, yeah. So the Diojo PS2 game came with a super play video, and like if the last time you saw a shmup was Life Force for the NES at a sleepover, and you see like you see Diojo played at high level, you know what it's like? Do you know those memes about like a single Dorito would kill a Victorian child because of the concentration of flavors? I was the Victorian child. Well, yeah, Free McBoot makes it region free, but this in 2003 that didn't exist at all. Oh, those can fire? I've never had them shoot before. What did you do? What hit me? I think it must have been a rock or something. Yeah. I just heard on forums that 2DX was awesome. The first time I ever saw it, which this should tell you something about how impulsive I am, was after my import PS2 and 2DX controller and 2 versions of 2DX all arrived. It must have been a rock, yeah, okay. Well, I'm fine with that. So, it's a good thing I liked it. Otherwise, like, I spent, you know, like a full paycheck on this thing that, you know, turned out not to be for me. I was not any good at 2DX, though. I was pretty decent at DDR by the standards of the day. I had a pretty sizable number of heavy AAAs. But you know how in DDR, like the highest timing grade for a long time was perfect? They didn't introduce Marvelous until like Extreme or something, and even then it was only in the Oni courses. I was bad at getting Marvelouses, and I was like, all right, this explains my 2DX scores. I could get a lot of AAAs, but I would play with friends of mine who, you know, we used to think that I was better than them. And it's like, oh, actually this person gets like 30% more Marvelouses than I do. They just get a few more grades. Never mind. I'm not that good. Yikes. That's cool. I got really into fighting games. I definitely had that like hardcore gamer, those tendencies. I really wanted to be good at video games when I was a teenager and a college student and everything. But I think the first genre that ever clicked for me was fighting games, and it didn't click immediately. I tried to play, I don't remember Fireball. I tried to play Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I was rotten at it. I tried to play Tekken. I was rotten at it. I had a very vague idea what I was doing at CBS 2. So I was one of the better players among the scrubs, but like the people who knew how to play, you know, I was less free than the others, but not by a wide margin. And then it was Guilty Gear that where I was like, oh, I kind of understand how to play fighting games. I was actually a relatively successful competitive player in the early US Guilty Gear scene, but I didn't stick with it because I don't know why I'm oversharing like this. I think if I focus too much on this game, I'm gonna think about how I keep dying. Anyway, yikes. What I realized was that I had like this nagging voice in my head. It was like, man, I think even if I wanted to get good at fighting games, even if I tried my hardest, I could not get good. Like, I thought it wasn't possible for me. After I proved that it was, I was like, oh, I actually don't have that much motivation to play now. Like, it turned out, like, yes, the games are fun for me, but my interest in the competition was mostly in, you know, proving that doubting voice in my head wrong. And when I realized that I didn't have any reason to doubt myself, it's like, oh, actually, like, my priorities are in a different place at this point in my life. And, like, I don't want to grind training mode to stay on top, you know. I don't want to travel for tournaments. I want to travel for other reasons. So a big thing I learned about fighting games is basically that skill acquisition that's driven by low self-esteem is like not that performing. And I see that I see that reflected in a lot of the high-level players that I know. They're like are still into fighting games. Like, because you know, you stay in the scene long enough and you get to know people, right? So I was friends with a lot of top players, people who were, I think, higher up the top player ladder than I was. Not to be over modest. Yikes. I did see a dodge that looked doable there, but I don't think it was worth trying. I'll have to be conscious of when I destroy the sides on this thing. And I think the people who managed to compete for the longest tended to have the best results and were generally the happiest playing fighting games were people who, like, their attitude, I can't answer questions like that, Deep Shot, because I don't want to dox myself too hard. Their attitude was in the right place. They weren't prone to frustration in the same way that I think players who are doing what I was doing, silencing that voice in their head that tells them they're not good enough and will never be. You know what I mean? Like, they really are just playing for fun because they love the games. And it makes sense, right? Because the goalposts move forever. If you're like, I just need to get this good and then I'll feel better about myself, right? You get there and it's not enough for you. At least it wasn't for me, right? Like, I just wanted to, like, consistently do, like, combos and setups and stuff. I was like, and I'm sure then I'll feel better about this whole fighting. And then I got that, and it's like, well, now that I'm this good, like, I really should be doing better in tournaments. And then I started very consistently placing high, and I was like, man, I mean, you can place at a tournament, but does it really count if you don't win? And, like, in adulthood, I can think back on that and go, yes, obviously it does. That's a stupid question. But, like, this was something I really struggled with as a fighting gamer. And I think you can't ride out the goalposts always moving, and the influx of new motivated players, games that you enjoy falling in and out of favor. So if you want to keep playing, you have to play stuff that you're not that great at, or just not that crazy about. If you don't have an attitude like that, right? Where you really are just playing for fun. It's just the thing that's fun to you is always learning and always getting better, and never getting all that frustrated when you lose. I would go so far as to say I believe that natural talent exists in fighting games, and it is entirely a function of your attitude. It has nothing to do with, like, how quickly do you learn to execute combos, you know? How long does it take you to memorize tables of frame data? I kind of knew that was there. I'm sort of checked out of this run. I'm really checked out of this run now. I see a lot of speedrunners go through that too. I think the whole time they're playing, they're speedrunning, they're telling themselves there will be a point where they feel better about it. And it's like, dude, if you're feeling bad, like finding an accomplishment at a competitive, or you know, not finding an accomplishment, accomplishing things competitively won't fix that. Like, you're trying to heal a sprain with cough syrup. You know what I mean? It's the wrong medicine. SF6, yeah. SF6 is a weird game to me. Like, I enjoyed it. I will probably come back to it after October, because October I'm just so busy with all this Castlevania shit. It seems weirdly like beginner hostile. Like, you would think that Capcom would be really interested in keeping Street Fighter 6 as approachable for new players as they can. And honestly, I don't think they cared that much. If you look at Honda, for example, like, the way Honda works, it's like, if I'd been on the Street Fighter 6 design team, I would have been like, you can't leave this character this way. These new players are going to play against this like once and go, I quit. Have a good night, Claire. You can make one that is relatively approachable, I think. Dr. Jordo. I think that games like Super Turbo are like way more like realistic for new players to get something out of than newer games. There's been a push away from high pushback on normals and high frame advantage on normals. And I think that leads to a kind of turn-taking based gameplay. Like, I don't know, if you ever watch like Street Fighter 5, that's high-level Street Fighter 5. It does just like look like they're taking turns blocking each other. It looks so like scary to play. It's so difficult to put yourself in a position where you have like an unambiguous advantage in some matchups, right? Oh, great, an ArcSys lobby. The worst thing Arc Systems ever did. But like, if you look at frame data on old games, you're like, you'd be like, this has to just be the most broken thing in the universe. And sometimes, sure, yeah, I mean, some old games are pretty over the top in some really silly ways. Like, you only have to see Claw once to know there's something really wrong with Claw in Super Turbo. But what's not reflected in the frame data is the pushback on blocked normals. And like, having characters who have like multiple moves that put them like anywhere from +2 to like +11 isn't that bad when you're not stuck right next to them after you block. Like, without sufficient positional advantage, you can't necessarily press frame advantage in like a really scary way. And we really got away from that, I think, with like Street Fighter 4. And I question the wisdom of this. That's not the most simple thing there is. DPs are hard. The goal with making an approachable fighting game shouldn't be making something where execution is like never hard. It should be, god damn it, I want to reset over that. Making a game where it is always fun to try to improve. And I think this new trend of every, hey, thanks for the raid, Lily. How are you? I'm still playing this. I still haven't gotten my 1cc. I think this new trend of like every blocked medium punch leaves you -2 and like they're right next to you. actually makes it more difficult for a new player to really understand that this run is over. How to press an offensive advantage. And like, new players want to do offense. Hey Denchi. Alright guys, this is a total change in tone and pace from what you just came from. If you're sticking around, I'll explain what I'm doing. I have a big list of shoot 'em ups, arranged from the easiest arcade shoot 'em ups to the hardest. And I'm working my way up this list. Hey, thanks for the follow. So, this is a level 3 game, meaning it is one of the easier arcade shoot 'em ups. Now, they tend to be hard games anyway. The hardest one, it is Dodonpachi Daiojo White Label or Mushihime Sama Futari Ultra mode, I think. One of the modes. One of those two. Those are level 45. This is level 3. This wouldn't be very high up the list anyway, under any circumstances, but it actually has a bug. So I'm playing on the second player side. And when you're using the C-type shit on the second player side, it does way too much damage. And it makes this already not that tough game substantially easier. Although you could be forgiven for thinking this is the hardest game in the universe if you're watching me play it. It's not been going well. But hey, thanks for the follow. I had a pretty long week. I've been more interested in running my mouth than focusing on the game. So I was just talking about my history with fighting games before you got here. Hey, thanks for the follow. And how I came to the conclusion that what motivated me when I was a serious competitive fighting gamer was low self-esteem. And when I silenced the like nagging voice in my head that was like, I bet I couldn't get good at these even if I tried. When I realized that I could get good if I tried, I lost motivation to play because that was the only reason I was playing. Anyway, this game is cool. It's laid back as these things go. And I really like the look of it. Hey, thanks for the follow. I like the sounds and everything. I just wish that I were more awake because I probably would have 1cc'd this by now. If you're not familiar, 1cc means 1 credit to clear. So, beating the game without continuing. You put 1 token in, or quarter, or 100 yen coin, and beat the whole game, start to finish. Oh my gosh. I don't really feel like I should be dying to this boss. It's weird that it's happened like multiple runs in a row now. I think they patched it actually to get back at me because I'm too good at video games and they were feeling threatened. That's probably what happened. Holy smokes. Wake up, samurai. Yeah, Crusader 37. Hey, thank you, Sneakernets. I always wanted to get good at these games. And so this has been my excuse. I had this idea to do like a kindergarten themed, like long-term shmup project. So that's what's up with the Spring Rider dot in the corner. Sorry, I'm tapping to the side there because I think that thing might still be able to fire. Hey, thanks for the follow. But yikes. The whole reason that I got started talking on fighting games before you guys got here is that's how I got into shmups, sort of. I was really into competitive games as like a teenager. And I had a part-time job and no like meaningful living expenses. So I imported a PS2 so that I could play Beatmania 2DX, which you couldn't get in the US at this time. And on a whim, I bought Dodonpachi Daiojo for the PS2 to go with it. Based on the cover, not even knowing what kind of game it was. Turns out it's like the hardest shmup in the world, but it came with a video that demonstrated how to play. Or, it didn't really demonstrate it. It was a video of one of the best players in the world. And it was enchanting. It was mesmerizing to watch. I wish they weren't called shmups, Lily. Let's start calling them smups. They call them STG, usually in Japan, which stands for shooting game. I was under the impression it stood for shooting dude because I watched a video once with one of those text-to-speech boxes, and that was how it was pronounced, STG, but you know Nightingale told me I was wrong. I believe her. What is happening? All right, the first attack is tough. This is just dodge. I like it. I've really got to figure out how to start this fight. I'm consistently losing a bomb there. Shoot the gun. Yeah, there you go. Oh my gosh. We're done. Starting over from the beginning. That's actually pretty deep into the game. This game only has 5 levels, and that was the 4th. How far along? Yeah, there you go. The end of level 4. Anyway, so that's what you missed. I was playing this game off stream and I nearly beat it like by accident. So I kind of thought this was going to be easier than it turned out to be. And it's just because I'm so overworked and tired. So I pretty quickly realized, like, I'd rather not focus on the game. I think I just want to talk. So I've been telling my life story as I crash into all these bullets and find a reason that it's not my fault. I play almost nothing but 90s games, by the way, Crusader. Except every once in a while, I really spice it up and play an 80s game. Or if I feel like letting my hair down, I played like Devil May Cry. A modern game because it came out in 2002 or 1999 or something like that. I love that emote, yeah. But yeah, every once in a while I play a new game and I'm like blown away by it, and then I realize, oh, this is like everybody's life, because everybody else like eventually stopped playing like Sega Genesis and arcade games and Super Nintendo and stuff, and they got with the program. Have a good night, Sneakernets. So, I said when you guys came in here that when you're on the second player side, this ship is bugged and it does too much damage. That was a boss. I killed it before it fired a second attack. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Relative to its release date, Spelunky 2. I played Spelunky 2 on launch day. And yeah, I played Elden Ring at launch hour. Those are my two favorite modern games by default. I didn't see what you were saying about M2. Are you frustrated at how slow their release schedule can be, because I know that feeling. When you hear M2 is going to do like Batsugun, it's like, they are, eventually. It'll be a second, though. I wish that they had the resources they needed to release games as fast as like Hamster or something. You could, Lily, for sure. Spelunky's awesome. Spelunky is Retro Gamer approved. Talk to your doctor about Spelunky. Yeah, Roho. M2 is a Japanese developer that specializes in porting old games to modern systems, and they really pull out all the stops. So the ports are always quite accurate. The input latency is very low, which is the most important thing to me. I hate having input lag of any kind. And they'll include features like, for example, hey, thank you, Kauke, how are you? For example, M2 did a port of Phantasy Star for Sega, the first Phantasy Star, that just like increased the amount of experience you got by like a lot. Because you have to do quite a bit of grinding in that game. And now this is happening. I hope you guys are happy. All right, don't get hit by the first shot. You really do a lot less damage if you back off, huh? How close is this thing to dead, I wonder? Not very. I feel like I should just trash this run, but I'm gonna play it out. I bet you're happy, Go Tetsu, you joker. Don't think I didn't see the assist, Melty. What did they do, 1 and 2, Bridgewater? I don't know how to do this with anything but like decent power. I wonder if you just have to stay high on the screen. Yeah, that's what it is. Yikes. Those C power-ups are bad. I'll show you what they do since this run is dead. It changes my shot pattern. So instead of that like fanning shot, it's this wave thing, which just doesn't do as much damage. It does like go through enemies. So, you know, in theory, this could be better for damaging enemies that are on the other end of like some sort of like front line, but I don't find myself in that position very often in this game, so if you were curious why I've been avoiding these, you're seeing it now. Okay. That's fair. Yeah, Pyromance. I assume the alternate shot patterns are decent for some of the other ships, but for the sea, it's just strictly worse. Oh dear, that helicopter caused trouble. I really need that. Oh. So I feel like you can kind of stay centered on this boss for quite a while. It's just when you see it charging the middle cannon, you have to move like really quick. So it'll be around now. Yeah. Oh, good job, Dot. It's okay, because I learned something there. Oh my gosh, that is not the right ship. Excuse me. Wait a moment. Yeah, I'm not a growther main. I play the two elf kids, whoever the hell they are. I should probably read ever in my life. You think that could be a fun new direction for me, reading? Oh my gosh. I didn't mean to move to the right there. I'm using an arcade stick, and while I used to be a competitive fighting gamer, I found that my inputs are not actually very clean on arcade stick. So sometimes I just accidentally move diagonally when I'm not intending to do that. Well, you know, honestly, I'm comfortable saying I'm pretty out of practice using my Japanese. It is what I majored in, and I used to be good enough that I would say my name over the phone. So you can look at me and you can tell I'm not Japanese. But I would say my name over the phone, and there'd be a pause, and someone would be like, "What kanji do I use to write that?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm an American. It's katakana." And they're like, "Oh, okay." So I used to be quite good, but the thing about those skills is if you don't use them, rust does kind of develop. I worked as a manga translator for quite a while, but then when streaming blew up, the manga industry sucks. And so, hey Marigold, the manga industry sucks, and so once I started making enough money off of this, I was like, dude, for the sake of my health, I have to pivot to streaming instead. Yeah, I'm back down to Nihongo Jouzu desu ne level. Before, it was just it was not that way. Sure, yeah, and maybe one day I'll have enough free time to do that. It's just I haven't had much occasion to. Yeah, Lynx, I'm thinking about trying keyboard. I've heard that a lot of high-level shmup players use keyboard. I hear it's a little weird to get adjusted to, though, so. I've considered keyboard, I've considered, hitbox. I don't want to say leverless. You can't make me say leverless. I don't care that everybody's doing it now. It's hitbox to me. Wait. And I know that the reason people do that is Hitbox is a specific brand, and it's a style of controller that they don't have a monopoly on. But dude, you can't make me respect a trademark unless I'm getting paid a big fat stack of cash by the I screwed up by the trademark holder. You know what I mean? If you want me to go Lego in all caps, TM brand bricks or whatever you're supposed to say. I need a Lego paycheck. You know what I'm saying? I did enough damage to disable this thing's flamethrower, but not enough to kill it, because when you let it down, it walks up and it flattens all these houses. They're probably not houses, they're probably some sort of military installation because I can't imagine this game giving you incentive to kill civilians. I only just now considered that. And there are medals inside, so you get more points. Should I just start freaking bombing Form 2? Yeah, that's a real who's on first thing. I don't like the term hurt box because it sounds silly. It's too silly for me. I don't like when things are silly. I'm a very serious person. Okay, so if you wait on the side here, and then you bomb and you just kill it because you're sick of losing your momentum to this thing. Like, this thing is almost dead, I'm sure. Okay, it wasn't that close, actually. To me, it's all a hitbox, you know? Or a collision box. And what it does is that's in God's hands. That's not for me to understand. The strike zone. Oh, I think you want to be kind of high on the screen here. You play this one yet, Lynx? I know you were thinking about it. This C at the moment is like literally as dangerous as one of these bullets right now. Getting hit by either one would cause a sort of cascading power down effect. Yeesh. Woo. I always use that analogy for things that move like that, Lily. I'll call an enemy like a D&D screensaver boss, and people will look at me like I'm some kind of goofball. As we established, that's not what I am, and it's not what I'm about. Doesn't this guy usually hit me? Woo! It's that tank. That tank is what usually does it. This one down here. I guess I got it. The one that made me make the Donkey Kong noise just now. It's also important that I don't pick up this H. I need the N. Or I need to just not pick them up at all. Alright, let's just try staying centered on this thing and not trying to get fancy and maximize the damage that the napalm shots are doing. Just sit here and just rain shots on this guy. And when these front turrets are gone, I guess I can get a little more aggressive, right? You do want to kill him. Yeah. Why was I making so much more work for myself before? What's a joke? I know this killer one about chicken on the road. Oh, but actually I can do better than that. This is a song about a duck. He keeps asking for grapes. He doesn't even want them. It's called Freebird. Duck's a free spirit. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What's Ultra Instinct? Why do people talk about Ultra Instinct? Like, is it Dragon Ball? Where's that from? I know people talk about like there's an Ultra Instinct Shaggy in Scooby-Doo. And that's some kind of meme or something. It's not in the cartoon, surely. DBS. Oh. Okay. Yeesh. Oh, right. You actually want to be high on the screen here because of this. Did I make it through this section? This section is surprisingly easy to mess up. I thought I was going to tap into that bullet. This is something I'm still developing my skills for, but your eyes are kind of all over the place when you play these. And so a lot of the mistakes that you'll make in dodging, it's because something really needed your attention like at the top of the screen. So you didn't have the luxury of making an assessment as to whether you could fit into like a gap in between two bullets. You couldn't look down at your dude. It's not a Saiyan thing. They just needed to make Goku good, I see. All right. Not even freaking bothering. Because I keep getting hit by that. Ultra Ego. I've been accused of that. Should I just never shoot these, I think? I think if you let them hit the top of the screen, maybe they turn into these things, but... Yeah, I don't really know what the benefit is to killing these sooner. Oh, okay, I see it now. Yeah, they were still on the screen here. All right, we're on the back foot for sure. Cause me to do that. I find this to be one of the more nerve-wracking situations. Oh my god, I can't believe that hit me. I mean, it can. I was there. I saw it. Alright, so this game is not completely free. Yikes. Yeah, thanks, Deep Shot. Thank you, Narrator. Reanimating. I thought you said renaming. It's like, that's stupid. It's already got a name. Do you think it's one of those cases where the masters are lost? Oh my god. All right. That's the furthest the credits gotten on screen or on stream. I'll continue just so you guys can see the rest of the game. Even though I'm like pretty confident I can do this tonight, but just in case it doesn't happen, if you want to see where this is all going. Yikes. One thing about this game is there's a huge gulf between being fully powered up and not. So when you continue, it makes the game feel more difficult than it is because it takes so long to get back to power-ups. But you wouldn't be in this position in a game where you hadn't already died, so like this looks more miserable than it is. Okay. Get with SSJ. I don't think I get that one. Why would you do that? I've been playing a few too many games where your hitbox is huge. So like, I see bullet patterns that are very simple to dodge, and I panic and I bomb. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Castlevania. I wonder, at this power level, can you point blank this? This is another thing. I like to do what I can to learn about the game when I do bother to continue, rather than just beating it because I feel guilty that people can't see the whole game because I keep screwing up. Okay, so this guy keeps hitting me, but you do still want to be to the side. That's what it is. I can explain. I can't explain. Don't worry about it. Some things there's just no explanation. Okay, you want to be to the side here. These bullets are surely not possible to dodge if you're right beneath it. Okay, and then it does this thing. These dudes rule. Oops. Ew, you put that bullet there. What were you thinking? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that might actually get to fire. Alright, I think the final boss is the next thing. It is not much harder than the rest of the game. I don't feel old. That's a skill issue, baby. Uh-oh. Know what I mean? Feel old, just stop feeling that way. You know? Pretty simple, if you think about it. Don't do what I just did. That was teaching by counterexample twice. Final phase isn't too bad. He fires these pink lasers off to the sides, and then right down the middle, this blue thing. And this is helicopters, and the blue thing. I don't know how not to get hit by the helicopters. I think they're just like blades. And then this last one is just bomb you guys. Yeah, so this is the ending. It looks like it's loading a new level, but it's just all the guys hanging out together having fun. I don't want to watch all these credits. I kind of want to jump back into the game, but give me a sec. Paw Patrol! Yeah, you know, I'm not given to like having serious regrets about how my life went, but I do sometimes wish that I had taken a year or two off before I started college. I kind of got dropped into college without like the study skills that I really needed to succeed. And I didn't do that hot. There we go. And I found that like it really was a few years after I started college that like it clicked, and I was like, oh my god, why did I rush to do this? Like I could have just like waited and would have been in way less debt for the same results. Attack. Yeah, I was balancing college with work the whole time. And yeah, I mean, that definitely contributed to me not learning what I needed to learn. In time. Because I didn't even get a degree. I got 98% of the way there. I burned out. Hey, Objective Binary. You know, I picked up enough skills that, like, I worked as a professional manga translator for years. So I got everything I needed out of college except the piece of paper. I've heard that even 5 is on the faster side these days, speedy. But I really do have no idea. The only school that's been part of my life a long time is Shmup school, and I am flunking. Yeah. I did that kind of thing too, step aside. I think especially at that age, it's common not to feel the effects of sleep deprivation and like be cognizant of them, you know what I mean? As I get older, I do find that like I notice it when I don't get enough sleep. I'm like, oh, I know what the problem is. I didn't get enough sleep. Whereas like when I was like early college age, I was setting myself up for failure by, staying up until 3 or 4 in the morning playing Guilty Gear and then going to class at 9, right? But I couldn't really feel it. Getting a job on campus, yeah, I can see that. I haven't played that game in ages, Ashen. Oh, wow, I killed it too fast. That's actually not a big deal at all. You get some bonus points to compensate for the medals you didn't pick up. I think I really underestimated how difficult just the stray bullets from enemies would be in this game. They're kind of quick. They're not as fast as Raiden Fighters 2. It might be as fast as parts of Fire though. Yeah, I'm a really light sleeper, Lily. It's kind of a problem. gonna get to fire, so I have to be on the lookout. Yikes. Oh my god, really? No, I'm not taking that. Kidding? My brain is out of there. Pretty cool looking game. All right, let's do it again. Yeah, I'm gonna name my firstborn Growther. Even if it's a girl, so, you know. Everyone wish Growther level good luck. I think I got the bonus. Can I do a Growther run? Yeah, maybe. I wonder if they were going for like brother with the huh? Did you know there's rocks in this game? Were they thinking the pronunciation would be like brother? Like, is he supposed to be like Grother? Because that's even weirder. Did you know I can do the DreamWorks face? Oh my god, when I did that, thank you for the follow. When I did that, it tabbed out of name. Anyway, I don't want to do the DreamWorks face, but I just thought you should see that I can. Grover, yeah. Okay, that's good, that's fine. Oh, now I can turn off the DreamWorks face. I think we all agree that that was necessary. Yes, I'm sure that's what it was. Now that you mention it, I think Pidgin German is about as common as like Pidgin English in Japanese pop culture stuff, but you know, it's pretty common not to know exactly how to transliterate it. Definitely ran into that in my job. In the manga business. Oh my god, it's gonna get to fire so many shots. I don't think that's fair, Kojinu. I'm shmupping. Lynx, that's really funny. I get it, and so I know that's really funny. Okay, you really do have to clear out all of the debris before you start focusing on the ships. And ideally you do it with bullets and not your ship. I think I'm seeing a pattern. Anytime that I say on my schedule, I'm pretty sure I'm about to 1cc this game, I learned that there's still more that I have to learn. And it's like I could do it, but it would require some luck, you know? Oops. Neo, hello. Wow, dude, I can't believe how far I got. I haven't done that in like 4 runs. Oh my gosh. What was that explosion? I was looking at chat. I looked because I saw your name is Ret Runs. I thought it was Returns at first. I was like, wow, that's like a really common word. It's like kind of surprising that you managed to get it. Most common word usernames. Been taken for ages, but I get it now. Anyway, it wouldn't have been your fault if that had gotten it. I know you know that. I'm just demonstrating that I know it too. Would have been my fault. I can't wait for that Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Oh my gosh, already, huh? Down here. 4-2 world. Tube World sounds like a kind of retailer that can't exist anymore now that shopping malls are gone. They're really, really, really specific retailer. Yeah, that's too bad, Cozy. I haven't been practicing much, so it's possible you'll just miss my tournament run entirely, but I actually feel, you know, reasonably, I don't want to say confident, but happy about my chances to, you know, take out a few competitors. Jorgril, that is so true. It is, I think, 4 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday. Which does mean we have to move movie night. I haven't decided when movie night's gonna happen. Could do it in the morning. Might actually be nice. Here's something I'll tell you. Alright. Something that I learned in my fighting game days. That is really easy to overtrain before a tournament. You would think if it's like video games or something, like what's the danger, right? I'm not gonna like pull a muscle with my thumb. You know? There is a mental effect to it, like you don't want to go straight from just grinding casuals over and over again to tournament. I played some other people, but they're not in the tournament. Like I played some friends and stuff. I played Gomi a lot. You can guess how that went, but I mean, you definitely learn a lot getting destroyed at something. Lily, let's play. I guess, given your time zone, you probably can't play after the stream, right? I would be down to do it otherwise, but I don't want to, like, screw up your sleep schedule. I don't know. What does it say about me that I didn't think to just cut the other way, but I did have the presence of mind to bomb? What happened there in my brain, I wonder? I'll take it, right? It's not a death, but that was pretty silly. Okay. I'm just gonna bomb this. I keep getting hit, and I don't think it's... It is realistic that I could beat this tonight. So... Well, the better thing to do to grow as a shmupper would be just keep learning this boss until I can do it without bombing. I'm totally fine bombing it. What movie will be next for movie night? I kind of want to do One Cut of the Dead. Anyone who knows anything about the movie, please don't say anything about it. Because it's one where if you haven't seen it, you really do want to go in without expectations or foreknowledge. And you have to give it much more time than you think. Like, watch One Cut of the Dead, alright? It's a Japanese movie. And if you're not liking it, you don't get to tap out until like 40 or 50 minutes in. And I know that sounds excessive, but there's a reason. It is a great movie. It's one of my favorites. Up there with American Movie and The Thing and Rainbow Bright. And the what's the first Rainbow Bright? The like 40-minute one that's really like dark and depressing and weird. And then it turns into Rainbow Bright after that, and it sucks. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's called like the birth of Rainbow Land or La La Land or some stupid shit. It's awesome. It's like just a VHS tape that they would give away with Rainbow Bright dolls to kids. And it's like dark and like, I feel like to kids it would have been scary. Obviously, I wasn't scared at all. Oh, right. I forgot there was a guy here. I think that maybe mentally I'm like done with gaming tonight. I seem to be making an awful lot of really silly mistakes multiple times. It's kind of a tough section. I was scratching my nose. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Yeah, might be getting a little too tired to do this. Fire Barrel was exactly like this too. Yeah, where it was so realistic that I could 1cc at it every time and then it took forever and then I just nailed it. I feel like that's gonna happen with this game. I'm going through a phase of like finding every mistake I can make the hard way. If you do that, if you fail enough, then you find every failure point. I think the fundamental issue here is that I've bombed way too many times. So I'm going to be low on resources even if I am deathless and bombless all the way up to this boss. If I were to just make a save state at the second boss and practice it, it would help immensely. I should probably do that. Dang, I wanted to kill this thing before it fired. I chickened out. I think it was possible. Okay, is this the section? It is, where you want to be really high up on the screen. And then, yikes. That was fine until the hit. The bomb was okay. I love the boom, boom noise in the music. Very important not to get to C, and to wait for that H to cycle to N. No one's made that joke yet, but you might be onto something. Okay, why does this keep hitting me? I don't really know what you're supposed to do about that other than bomb. Yeah, I cannot believe all the, like, really grim, really, like, violent and scary properties that got made into cartoons back then. Okay, there we go. here. I missed my opportunity. Yeah, this is... That was totally fine until that point. Any deaths before this point, I think, have a really high chance of spiraling out of control. Because you don't have the firepower to deal with those destructible missiles. So what got me hit? I don't remember. Fuck me. I don't remember what the first mistake was. I think it was a... Oh, it was a random hit during that one section. What if I make a save state to practice that section? I think it's time to do that. Do I still have my save state keys set? Yeah, okay. This is like common practice with these kinds of runs. This is another thing that I used to never do. I didn't like using save states, so I wouldn't use save states to practice. But it is a way more efficient way of figuring out individual tough sections in games. I feel like I've identified, like, it's only like 3, maybe 4 places where it would help to know. Did I get the bonus? I killed it pretty fast. Nope. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little resistance to this idea among, like, arcade gamers. Because, I don't know, like, when MAME added save state support. There's a little bit of, like, video gamer tough guy syndrome with arcade games. Specifically, like, arcade score attack people. Like, I wonder if you could go back to, you know, when someone got an idea to practice using save states for the first time and, like, find people saying it was cheating. You find some really strange takes looking at arcade forums, you know, back 15 or 20 years ago. Oh my god, I backed off too soon. Yes, player 2 is bugged. The C ship does way too much damage on the player 2 side. Yeah, I wouldn't know, Roho. Can you open the save state menu while you're paused? Yes, that's actually really good. That means... Let's do something I should have done ages ago and set a pause button. Previous menu. Input assignments, general. User interface. Where is pause? This. There. No, that is the wrong button. Delete. This is pause. I shouldn't hit that by mistake during gameplay. Yeah, that'll take me a second. Oh my god, I hit the bomb button instead of the fire button. Now I've seen everything. It'll take me a second to develop that muscle memory, but... I had to let him know. Dude's running away. I had to be like, wait till you see what's coming to you, buddy. It's a bomb. I feel like this beginning section is like harder than it feels it should be. Boy! My god, dude. I used to have no reflex for bombing at all, but now it's actually too sensitive. And it gets worse the more I play a game because I get more familiar with the enemies. So I know when I'm out of position and I do it way too quickly. The elves are the pilots in this game. In real life, I have no idea who the pilots are. Anyway, I feel like I have the opposite of most new players' problem. I think most new players just don't bomb, and they constantly die with all their bombs in stock. And I don't know that having the opposite problem is really any better. Yeah, Pyromance, I had to do some pretty substantial bomb routing for... Hello? Oh, right, I didn't actually do it. Oh, are not officially supported for this machine? It still worked. But yeah, bomb routing was really important in Raiden Fighters 2, because the whole reason that Raiden Fighters 2 is ranked so low is because you use the ferry. And the ferry is broken for a lot of reasons, but it has like an absurdly strong bomb. What happens if, now that we have a save state here, I can like experiment a little more. To give you an idea, I think most ships in Raiden Fighters 2, when they bomb, get maybe a half second of invincibility, maybe as much as 1 second. The ferry gets 4 or 5 seconds, and it can fire that entire time. So a lot of bosses, you can just use a bomb, get right up in an enemy's face and hold the fire button, and you win. It's still a hard game, even with the ferry, but I am certain I am certain the reason that it's so low is because they were expecting you to just not even try to dodge, right? You just learn all the spots to bomb and you just do it and you don't think about it. Okay, I don't think I want to camp up here. Yeah, all right, we know that now. It's the advantage of having save states. Is I can experiment. Yeah, it's not a full second. A half second feels too low, though. You get a pretty generous invincibility period, but... yeah, I guess you're not hiding in inside the bomb's explosion when you do it, right, Ashen? If I had to guess. I wanna load that save state, actually. Let's just practice this boss again. This is officially a dead run, so... Okay, that was too close. Let's move this save state up a little bit. Alright, that's probably good. To reduce tedium on reloads. This aggressive play is like unsafe, I think, in a very obvious way, but I think over time, it'll make attempts more consistent. So if I just don't touch the joystick, I just wait. Like, what happens here? Oh my god. How consistent is that? Hang on. Okay, that's a way better save state. So if I just don't touch the joystick, yeah, it misses until that. Okay. I'm not completely sold, but it looks doable enough. Look at that. That was honestly a pretty consistent problem for me, so... Like, that small change, that small strategic development, on some of these previous runs, that literally could have been the difference between 1CCing the game and losing the credit early. Because I almost always got forced to bomb there. If I never have to bomb there, and I always have an extra bomb for this part, I mean, that'll add up. Don't want to point blank this, as tempting as it is. I'm gonna keep playing this out because I don't think it's that important that I have maximum like lives and bombs and power for any of my practice save states. I really am just looking at dodges, I think. I feel like there wasn't a consistent like section of this level that was getting me. I just like would find some random way to screw up. Right? Hey, thanks for the follow. I guess right here. But I think all you do is, so this guy spawns and you get as much damage on him as you can, and you immediately go to the right to take out those tanks. Those tanks are what caused the issue. Yeah, and then you... Yeah, that feels consistent. This is miserable if you're not at full fire. Full firepower, which is like full firepower, but you say it wrong. Alright. This game owns. Oh, give me that, actually. I want to collect that while it's on napalm. It doesn't power up the napalm when you do that, but you really do not want to accidentally collect the homing during the boss fight. The napalm is why, or is the thing that does the most damage. Oh, no, let's reload that save state. We can play it back from the beginning. Wait, I'm gonna screw up this quick kill. I'm gonna do it too slow. Alright. How practical is it to set this back up if you miss the quick kill itself? It should miss twice? Okay, so that's an issue. So don't miss the quick kill. And don't get hit. So is this still the right setup? Is this still gonna miss me? No. Huh. I think I know the issue. I think I'm too close to it. But without a visual cue for setting this up, I'm not sure. Like, does this just work? Is tapping back here? Yes. No. Yeah, my attention is definitely split. Okay. I almost hit the bomb button. Oh my gosh. I was so excited to find that strat, but I don't think it works. wasn't going that low. Okay, so this, I'm off to the left, so some of those bullets are... Yeah. Interesting. I feel like this works. Nah, this is not Toho at all. It'll never develop that kind of density. When this game gets hard, it will mostly be because the bullets are really fast and kind of like unfair. Okay, so that does feel like a consistent safe spot. When I say unfair, I mean like instant, untelegraphed lasers that just shoot straight down. So if you don't know they're there, you just get hit. I don't mind that. It's just, I didn't know better like shorthand for that than unfair. Okay, so just to be safe, I'm going to put a save state at the beginning of this so that if I screw up the whole run, leading up to the point where I want the practice save state, I don't have to replay it from that boss. I could probably stand to be positioned less aggressively, but I think it's more fun to be up at the top of the screen, playing really gutsy. And legitimately, like, being stuck to the bottom of the screen is bad. Like, if I wanted to just wait back here to give myself the most time to react to the bullets, enemies live longer, so they get more opportunities to fire. Because of how spread out... Hey there, Hills of Gold. Because of how spread out my shots are. Plus, I can only move laterally and up. I don't have the option of tapping down to dodge. So that's quite significant. Attacks that, like, fan out and collapse as they go down the screen might be harder to dodge at the back of the screen than like mid-screen. That's my reasoning. I'm not a... You stop that. I'm not a shmup expert, so I don't know if I'm completely right about everything I said, but it's my instinct, so... You know, call me Shaggy. Don't do that. Okay, and this is these 4 medals. Does the boss spawn just after this? Yes, it's right about here. Just stay to the right, go over here and take out things. Got these things. I felt a touch unsafe. This seems like a really rough place to recover from a death. You need a lot of firepower there. Because the buildings block your shots. Remember when this happened in 1999? Why did I do that? I wanted a save state to practice that boss. I completely forgot what I was doing. I'm going to wait on that. I'm just going to keep going. It was so easy was the thing. I just forgot that that boss can be hard. Okay, let's make a save state here at the beginning of the level. Gosh. That's actually kind of an awkward beginning. Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay. I'm actually becoming quite confident that I can do this tonight again after kind of giving up on it mentally. It was the return on that practice I did. Just the like instant, oh yeah, here's a strat that makes that boss way simpler. I was like, all right, yeah, never mind. This game is not as easy as I thought, but I should be able to work out enough of the kinks that it's realistic to put together a winning run. Okay, yeah, this section I would like a save state for. I feel like the pattern is probably going to be just moving left to right, or right to left. Boom, boom. For 11th century pirates. Do you watch that one channel with the guy? That's immediately where my head went. That's a yar har fiddle-dee-dee moment right there. No, I don't know if I would like that game. Would I? Do you know? Because I don't. Okay, this is perfect. How on earth you just go up in his face? Oh my god. I'm pretty sure the first time I played this, I just didn't get hit by his opening attack. Let's try that again. So flip a coin. Could be. I feel like there's some overlap in our Shmup tastes, for sure. So if you just wait here... Okay, these enemies can hit you. You do have to have your brain on here. Shmup. I wonder if this is why... Okay, so if you just get up in this guy's face and just do this, yeah, it doesn't hit you at all. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Because the hard part is dodging the very first attack. Legitimately. Dumb. Yeah. Is Ibarra unpopular? I feel like I've never really heard anybody talk about it. Is Ibarra actually overrated? Okay, so let's do B. STG is the Japanese term for Shmup. I feel like we used to generally call these games shooters in the US. We got out of that because shooters started to mean like Quake and shit. So you get a lot of damage in and then move down. I think the trick is to look for... I shouldn't have gone there. I mean, it's fine. It wasn't necessary. Yeah, I don't like dodging this anywhere but the back of the screen. It's kind of chaotic because its movements, if they're not random, they're so desynced from the shot pattern that they might as well be. It's a good one, the pirate one. Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah, you know my pain, dude. Okay, so just so I can practice absolutely everything, this is the missiles. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So does this just work? Like I just moved down and I didn't get hit. No. You have to do a better job than that. Thank you, Terathiel. Okay, so I was pretty close to the center. Let's go further to the left. Kind of looking for. I'll show you what I'm looking for. Here, I'll just stop firing so you can see it. There's a little circular. It's right under the C and coin right now. This is what's firing the green lasers. So I think if I'm very slightly to the right of that, and I back up, as soon as I see the yellow bullets, I should be fine. I never want to do this again. I'm moving this save state. Okay, V. So I'm gonna line up with N and coin and move back right now. That was perfect, except I moved way too far back. V. N and coin. Wait for the yellow bullets. And then go back. Right here. Look at that. That was beautiful. And then you just, yeah, look at this. This is pretty doable. Until right now, I think. No. How about that? That seems pretty doable to me. It's weird how this was the easiest part when I was playing before. This keeps messing me up. Oh, I was... Okay. Whoops. Hang on. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. This strat is so good. But this, I can't even explain why that's so visually confusing. Here's the thing, if I dial in this boss and I don't have to bomb on it, I'm in really good shape. Okay, that was, everything was right except where I got hit. Backing up, right here. That last dodge looked a little scarier than I'd like. It is October. Does getting close to it make this dodge easier? No, I don't think so. Back up. Wait for the second phase and then move. I could see failing this strat for sure, right? Not just because I've failed it, but like I can see where this is not like literally the easiest thing in the world. Okay, so here's the thing. I would love to evenly distribute the damage among the left and right wings, and that is why I keep dying, because I'm making an effort to do that. But I don't know if it's something about the pattern or if it's just I have a bias toward I want to dodge this pattern to the right. And if I do anything else, then it gets confusing. That felt really good. the like strat development on that. I feel like literally more confident in that boss than any other boss in the game except the first one, which dies instantly. So let's save this on Y. Okay, I think the trick here is you want to be positioned aggressively from the very start. This probably only works if you have a ton of firepower, so I might want to experiment a little bit. And then these are the big threats for that reason right there. If you let one spawn, so when it's off screen, when these like circular turrets are off screen, they won't fire any bullets, which is actually bad because it makes them confusing to approach. Because as soon as you scroll them on screen, they just start firing again, and they were just somewhere in their pattern. You don't have enough information to know how to move. Hey, Funky Duckling, how are you? But I honestly feel like this stage is like sort of a breather, although there's like one or two really rough parts. And you know, if I weren't using the player 2 type C, yeah, it might be different, honestly. You like the dodge? I knew that if I needed to touch the joystick at all, I needed to tap like left for as close to 1 frame as possible. Okay, so after these guys, is it the like control rod looking things? Oh, it's the cool, yeah, it is. So I think you want to be right here. That dude just misses. No, it doesn't. That was actually not very good. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't know what this big black circle is. Okay, then this part, you want to be off to the side, then in the center. Not that centered, that was overachieving. And then not there. Okay, that definitely needs another save state, so let's just start over from the beginning of the level. I could use the practice anyway. Especially for this really complicated section here. See if you can figure out my strat. Yeah, that was really bad dude alignment. I really think the second of those is like the most threatening. They spawn 2 at once at the beginning, and then after that, it seems like it just alternates sides. That was 2 at once, too. This one got away. Yeah, you get it. You know what? I think I need to rotate my tires. Now that you mention it. So yeah, you can get a lot done by just staying at the top of the screen here. And then I don't remember what this was. Yeah, these things are actually pretty hard if you're not at max power, meaning they would be hard in any run if you're not using player 2 side. But they just don't have enough HP. This is player 2 type C privilege for sure. So we can get aggressive here, but definitely don't go all the way to the top until the wave of red, like mech suit guys. This seems like a decent enough place for a save state, so I'm gonna drop it here. Player 2 does too much damage, yes. This, I really don't want this section to be a problem, and conceptually it seems so simple. There has to be a solution. What if I do this? Will this seal both of them at once? No, neither of them. That's the worst. The worst possible outcome. Yeah, I don't think you can even tap like a fixed direction, like always hitting up after it fires the first shot. I don't think it's as simple as like a three-way spread where the middle shot is aimed at you. So you do have to make an assessment here. Why? This is way harder than it looks, this pattern. What I saw them do in the like arcade super gamer video I was watching was this. But I can't understand it. Okay, there we go. All right, I figured it out. You want to... This is probably a max power only strat, which means I'm a little nervous about going, okay, that's what I'll do here, but I think the reasoning is probably intuitive just from watching it. Let's take a look. So these things have a delay before they fire. So what you want to do is stack damage on one of them, but then point blank the other, which... So by the time it fires... the other one is almost dead. Or the other one dies. And then the one that you moved to isn't dead yet, but because you're overlapping with it, it won't fire. I think this works consistently. Oh, does it not? That sucks. Alright, so then the big black circle. And this was, what, that mini-boss thing? Yeah, this. So wait here. Then what do you do here? Just that, I guess. Right, that's really all you have to do. And then you go to the side. But this is the big question mark. What do you do about that? Ha! Oh, it gave me a 1-up. The thing gives you a 1-up if you kill it. I didn't know that. I should just bomb that. I should bomb that every time. Was save state N? Yeah. Oh, well, you know. Pay some attention. Stay to the side. Been in the center, but ready to move. Here we go. So dodge this entire pattern and then just bomb. Yeah, all right. So here's the thing. When you die, you get bombs, right? So that is basically a free bomb. I don't know what to do about these guys. These are surprisingly difficult. Even though it's such a simple shot pattern, it's just chaotic enough. Oh dear. They are really tanky. I could see that mistake I just made happening in a real run. Can I just get in these things' faces? Oh, they might have a bullet ceiling mechanic. Yeah, look at this. I don't think it's even that they have a bullet ceiling mechanic. They might just die or they might just wait a really long time before firing. Hey, look at this. So, I like, that is and isn't productive. It's good to know that, but that does basically mean that my strategy is be at max power. So that kind of only works if you're on a perfect run. I feel a lot more confident that I could get here at max power though, so it might not be that bad. Could a button masher win at Shmup games? Yeah, sure. Alright, this is the final boss. Center and back up, move to the side, dead center, side, have the blades, which I guess you move forward to deal with the blades, and then bombing should kill them. Honestly, this looks pretty doable. I feel like I can pull this off, like, literally tonight. I'm just making sure there's not, like, a true last boss if you 1cc it. Okay, no, we're good. Let's just reset. I'm gonna hit the restroom, and then I think I can probably pull this off. I'll give it about an hour. If I don't do it by then, I'll just go to bed. Hang on. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll push 2P start button. Don't mind if I do. There are still a lot of failure points, but this is a relatively short game, so I feel like I can get several decent attempts in. Hey, thanks, Kenster. Kenster, you whoop any Castlevania games asses lately? That might be fast enough to spawn the bonus carrier. Nope. Working on Bloodlines. How close are you? I remember Bloodlines kind of being one of the easier Deathless runs. I feel like I almost ran into debris there. It definitely took me like one stream when I was working on it. And then I did an Eric run the next day. Unfortunately, it was fast enough that a lot of it just left my brain because I didn't really have any further need to think about it. The game was already beaten. Yeah, I've heard that Legends is actually one of the easier ones. I'll be trying it soon, so I get to find out. But I really did not damage it very quickly. Yeah, they're all kind of like that. Yeah, I've heard it's annoying. A lot of people who've beaten that Deathless have been like, this game is such a pain. Yeah, I feel like is it Napalm specifically that does too much damage with the 2-player C-type? It might be, because the difference between point blanking and not is like massive. Most, not all though. I'd say Contra is one game where going from 2 to 0 is basically the same difficulty as going from 20 to 2, if not harder. Particularly because when you're going for a deathless run of Contra, like, you don't get any mileage out of any of your, like, recovery strats that you knew. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, if you have ever lost your weapon of choice because you died, then you've already failed anyway. Oh my god. I definitely have a 2-death run of both Contra and Super C, and I feel like it would be very difficult to erase those 2 deaths. Need the napalm to hit. A little scary, it might get to fire. Alright. Be sure you're low enough. This looks good. And fire 2. Alright. Just throw that one out. Hang on, I'll look at the save state. I think that was like one of the first ones. It's like C or something. No, C. C. W. Oh, it's Q. It is literally the first save state. Same problem as before. Hang on. This has to be consistent. Am I too close? No. All right, I figured it out, I think. Okay, I wanted it to do that pattern before I started firing again, because dodging it while the wing breaks is really dangerous. Vox, I'm gonna guess you did. Good job. Let's try this again. So it actually feels like a tap down and to the left once phase 2 starts. Like that might be too far to the left. We'll see. Yeah, okay. I know what I did wrong there. You don't move until this. This might not be as safe as I thought. Let's try this again. Okay, so I'll tell you what one of the variables is here. It's how I set up the first phase. This is too low, so after the first shot, I'm going to tap up. Look at that. I actually recognized the problem. All right, I'm still feeling it. Let's just do another run. Funny. Funny basic. That's you. You're so fun. Comedy basic. It's putting up more of a fight than I thought. But the cracks are beginning to form. The most difficult strat that I've found so far that still seems to be basically mandatory is this really precise fight on the stage 2 boss. And I might just need to back off and do an easier strat. So Vox, the thing that's fucked up about this game is watch how fast this thing dies if I point blank it. This is a bug. The player 2 side, ship C does too much damage. So like these things are supposed to get to fire a couple of shots. But like when the stage 1 boss fight goes correctly, it gets to fire 1 attack. That's the attack if you do it right. Which I didn't. I backed off too soon. But the second boss has been a weirdly consistent sticking point. It's been harder for me than the third boss. And I was doing really good about reacting to an unwinnable fight. Or sorry, an unwinnable situation. Undodgeable, I should say. And bombing. But then that was a bomb that I didn't get to have deeper into the game. And it was causing things to cascade because I felt obligated to play a little less safe because I knew I was down on resources, right? this one first. There we go. That's starting to look pretty clean. I actually had some issues with the opening of stage 2, which it's not hard. I just wasn't paying a lot of attention. I was pretty like worn out at the beginning of this box, and like for a second I was like, I'm just not going to stream tonight. And I was like, I really feel like I have to. And then I was like, okay, I'm not getting anywhere. I need to do some save state practice. And that was a big boon for motivation. Which one? Those Toho 1cc clears or 1cc's are considered around this hard or harder, if you were curious. I looked it up. The absolute easiest ones are around here. But I've noticed that these like low difficulty levels, it really feels kind of random. Like Raiden Fighters 2 is much harder than this. So I really feel like part of the problem is it may matter where my ship is here, so I'm just going to line up with the spot between S and C and Spore. This is where I want to be. That might be too high. Let's go down a little bit. Damn it. Why is this so hard when it's so easy off of the save state? I mean, that's true. Yeah, in this case, it's that bug. No, let's just find an easier strat. Oh, weird. The sound is dead. So I'm just going to back up all the way. Let's just do this. Yeah, I feel like at some point they're going to get more consistent, right? Okay, it was really fun having like a fancy looking point blank strat, but this is better, right? How do can I have sound again, please? There we go. Oh, no. Yeah. I think the sound thing is a save state issue, but it's fine. I just need to do this again. Like, there is a reason to point blank this phase. It will skip kind of dangerous thing. So if you just go all the way to the bottom, can you just do lateral dodges accordingly? Yes. It's actually pretty simple. Okay, hardest part is this right here. Okay. I feel like that strat I was doing before was kind of foolish now. It's actually, it feels impossible to miss. So let's find out how to miss it. What other games did you play, Vox? Or did you just go all in on CV1? But that looked so much more doable than the point blank strat. Yeah, from time to time. It's really all over the place. I know for a fact that one of the things that was giving me trouble, I remember it didn't give me any trouble on my first runs. And it's because I was playing really aggressively by default. An 8? Yeah, I mean, obviously it's all going to be subjective, and this list itself has a checkered reputation, I'd say. But the thing is, like, the Toho games are really different from this in, like, flow. pacing everything. So, you know, is it possible that you have a higher proficiency for like navigating really dense like clouds of bullets than for like reacting to really fast shots and stuff like that? Do you think? This game is really cool. Meta. In between the S and the C. Seems to work. Start moving that. There we go. Yeah, I know that there are still really fast shots even in Toho on Lunatic. I think probably on the like execution and like dodging level, like I have a lot of problems, but I think my routing abilities are okay. Like you saw the dodge I came up with on the level 4 boss, for example. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm sort of dreading 1. Castlevania Adventure, I mean. Yeah, it sucks. I'm gonna have to do it. It is supposed to be one of the easier deathless runs, and I want to get the whole card done deathless, so... I think Kenster and maybe even Neff are working on that too. But Castlevania 4 is the one I'm dreading. I hate these turrets on the sides. They have way more HP than you think. And they're so spread out that if you attack one, you seal the other, which means you never know quite where you are in its pattern. All right, please don't shoot me, tank. Nice. Was that already 1cc on your card? I think it was. I thought this was dead already. A turntable, yeah. I'm just trying to look at the hyphen and high score with the right side of it. Oh, that works. Oh my god. I got confused. I don't know why it was doing the fire attack like immediately after this. Because it does. Ha! Well, that answers that. Yeah, that game is definitely one of the hardest ones because of its length, Vox. I think, especially on the Cypher route, the fact that you have a second character really, really matters, because the risk of a random sub-weapon drop ending your run is really low. Because in any situation where it really matters that Trevor hangs on to triple holy water, you can just switch to Cypher, and if an enemy drops fire, like, it's fine. That's much easier to recover from than losing Trevor's sub-weapon. I think most of the difficulty comes from the game naturally being difficult, mostly because it is super long. So you know the game well enough that, yeah, I'm with you. You could do that. You know, it might be a question of how badly you want to, of course. Because I was there with CB4, and then Nep got it, and it's like, okay, well, I don't want to focus on this now, because the only reason that I was doing it, beyond that, you know, I want to do them all deathless before the end of the month, but the reason I was doing it when I was I wanted a recording in case nobody else got it, so that we had one for the wrap-up marathon. Yeah, this morning, I think. Okay, so this is... You follow the boss and stay on its right side. And you dodge one volley. Then you move to the right because there are tanks. Okay. I'll trash that. Oh, the first crumbling bridge. Yeah, the placement on that jump is very annoying. I wasn't too attached to that one because I had the bomb on the stage 2 boss anyway. Funny enough to do. I almost got hit there, but instead I got a bomb. Okay, now what are we looking at here? I don't even remember stage 1. Oh yeah, it's actually pretty easy to mess up the Frankenstein's creature, monster, whatever, stun lock. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. People have been giving the like stage or level numbers or whatever. I'm like, oh my god, I have no idea what stage 11 is. Like, what do you mean? What is that? I'm getting a little sick of watching this early game. There's a lot of just not pressing buttons and not doing anything. I'm a little discouraged by that one death because, like, I thought I had that section routed just fine and it was, like, way off. The screen was totally full of crap. You know another thing that started making shmups feel more doable? Watching speedruns. It's specifically watching speedrun like streams and not like marathons, right? Like not watching GDQ. I mean like watching like Arcus, you know, Darbian, and you see, oh, okay, these runs often have a really high failure rate, and like the best players for their respective games will die at the very beginning and just start over. And it's like, oh, so shmups are just like speedruns, but different and harder. You can just use that like problem-solving approach for everything, and it works for everything that works this way. Missed the most shots in I almost said NBC history. There would have been no recovering from that. Ooh, this might be too slow. I think it's gonna get fired. Nope. Okay, so just go all the way to the bottom. Get this side out. Like Wayne Gretzky said, you miss every shot you don't take. Although, if he were talking to me, he could have just said, you miss every shot you take. True. I don't know shit about hockey. Man, I'm kind of hungry. Did I eat? I don't think I ate, did I? Definitely want to back up here a little bit. Hell yeah. Oh my god, I was looking at chat. I've had these things fire bullets, so that was not a safe thing to do. I feel like I kind of waited on the left. There we go. All right, that felt way better. I just didn't move to the side soon enough. Shoot. That is what you do in these games. I can't get that napalm, I think. Yeah, I can. We're good. Yikes. All right. It does look like a Smash TV boss. You're right. I don't even remember this level, dude. Oh yeah, there's shit on the right at the very beginning. And these guys, holy crap. I thought that turret was still there. Oh, yikes. Yeah. A little late on the bomb, but I think I'm glad I thought to do it, honestly. Gotcha? No? There we go. Okay, now this is stay up here and be ready to go left. And you just move right. Okay, that wasn't so bad. So here you go down to the center and then center on the enemy. I don't remember what's after this. Oh yeah, I do. Go down here. All right, is this the thing with the missiles? My gosh, my gosh, my gosh. Oh, right, you just get in its face. And then this is you. Nice. This is the part with the missiles, right? Have a good night, Gotetsu. We don't dare just burn a bomb here for safety, right? I think that's too cautious. Okay, so line up with the N and coin, point blanket, back, here. There we go. Here. That was on reaction to a mistake, so I don't feel too bad about doing it. Alright, this is the hard part. I feel like this is the actual difficulty level of the game. Because I'm not point blanking, I'm not doing that big fat bonus damage. Alright. I don't remember this too well, but I think you wanted to be pretty close to the top of the screen. Right at the beginning. That one is a little more confusing than it might look. There's some randomness to that, how the boss itself moves, and it really changes like where the safe spot is. The hardest part, at the very beginning, is this. Okay. These are more complicated than they look. Almost got hit. Alright, this spawned another one on the right. Alright. Forget if that's the last of these, it's not. Oh, I'm out of position. Much better. Understandable mistake. I just have to be very aggressive about point blanking the gray ships, because if they get to fire for too long, it gets dangerous. All right, get up here. Pretty important to have napalm here. This is going to get a little weird. I'm going to have to improvise and bomb. Dodge one. Bomb. There you go. That felt like the right call for safety. Ideally, if I'm doing it right, I don't need that many bombs at the end, so... Plus, I just got one. I'm gonna have to bomb on the mini boss as well, because I'm down quite a bit of power. So here we go in the center, but not too far. Oh! I didn't get it. It's not gonna give me the one up. Give me the one up. Damn it. That's really bad. Ah, not bad. What hit me? I don't remember. Oh, yes, I do. It was the arm with all the circular turrets on it. Whoops. Yeah. That was to give him a false sense of confidence, because that is the last boss. Nah, I reset the board. It can't be RNG manip. I just forgot about the last turret arm in the final stage. Like, I don't think I even needed to be at full power there. I just needed to not be as low as I was. Gonna get to fire again. I thought I killed it. The funny thing is, dying there wouldn't be that bad. It's dying in the last level that's the real problem. It feels like you need a lot of like momentum in this game, but honestly, like, I feel like you could make some pretty big mistakes in the first 3 stages. It is really hard to recover power, yes. Okay, yeah, let's just stay back and then move forward after. That looks more doable than what I was doing before. what to change as soon as it spawns. I find that it really makes routing inconvenient if you're avoiding both of them. This, not gonna kill it. That got scary. Right next time? Yeah, Lamisar, this game is cool. We're waiting to see one explosion. That is it. This thing has a flamethrower on top that it starts using as soon as it lands here. That's the thing that explodes. Fire. Thank you. This feels wrong. I'm not sure it's going to be the quick kill. Okay, it should be. It should be. Yeah. I need to wait a lot longer before backing off. This thing just has more HP than it should. I didn't want it to break the left wing during the sprinkler attack. Thanks, Amethyst. Given that they exist in the year like 4135, I don't think they have anything to do with that. I think there's score pickups. All right, beginning of 1999 is actually kind of scary because these things can fire at you. And it's why I'm prioritizing just being up here over getting all of them. I'm missing out on some score, which I don't care too much about. But It's chasing after the ships that escape. I didn't even see it. I assume it was the big bullet from the center turret. Okay, that's going to be the bonus. Got it. Okay, so we decided the new strategy is just to hang back here, and you don't go up until you count. 1, 2, 3, grab the nade. Wow, I killed the left one really fast. Yes. I think the Giga Wing games you can win with 0 points. Holy shit. Sloppy joystick inputs there. Try aiming at the C and score. The space between C and O. Just kind of curious what effect this has on it. Yeah. You do way less damage if you're not off axis in one direction. So I assume what's going on there is the napalm is not hitting the main cannon at all. I think only in theory. A lot of games, it's probably effectively undodgeable if you let every enemy live. I wouldn't be shocked if there were mini games where, like, not even a task can go without killing any enemies. I really feel like the, that's a good idea, Sheriff. Hang on. Pause. That's a good idea. I really feel like suddenly the battleship in this has been a consistent risk. That's the only time it actually blew up in my face. But you're so funny, Left V. Every time I fought it, I was like, man, this looks really close. That time it actually hit me. I can tell you what I think the I can tell you what I think the ideal strategy is for the beginning of 1942, though. You focus entirely on shooting these down. And if you do that, your movement will naturally make it really easy to dodge the tank fire. But if you let these prop planes or whatever live, they can actually cause problems for you. One more tank, I think. Good. One more tanks. Wow. I almost got hit there for sure. Okay, I need an explosion. There we go. No, I think there's just some villain in your timeline who's traveling through history to get away from you, and you're chasing him down. God, that was not the ideal dodge. I think could fatigue be beginning to set in? It's possible. What did I decide? The right side of the hyphen sets this up? Oh, actually, that doesn't look good enough. I think between the hyphen and the S would be a really consistent quick kill. Oh, wait. Get in there, get in there. Don't back up yet. Now back up. I don't remember the beginning of stage 3. What is it again? Oh yeah, it's 1999. You just get up here. Right, so this is where suddenly this battleship or aircraft carrier, or whatever it is, has become an issue. Which makes sense, because I did actually change my approach to it, right? I started getting further away. Okay. I moved too much there when I went over to the left. What is this? This is a battleship, right? Because if it were an aircraft carrier, it would have room for aircraft. And maybe aircraft on it as well. Yeah, sometimes I do. But I think for this, it's not quite difficult enough. It is important, though, that I do this self-backseating thing where I just think out loud. Because if I say it out loud, I am a little more capable of recalling it. Over here. I didn't see that tank guy. There it goes. Yeah. The thing that's scary about this section is, first of all the skulls. Those are pretty spooky. Those helicopters will flank you if you're not, like, way up front. Like that. Okay, I took out... Oh! A light cruiser, okay. Do I have a save state for that? I might. Hang on. No. Okay, that's fine. What? No. This. Yeah, I'm sure they just didn't do that much research. But maybe the implication is also that the villain is like sharing future tech with these countries it's allied with. Whoa, that lived a long time. Yeah, Raccoon, the player 2 side does more damage. Like a lot more. I think the game is supposed to be difficulty level 7 without it. Which I've actually 1cc'd games that are harder than 7s before, so... still not the hardest game in the world, but... also, I'm beginning to suspect it is very specifically the napalm sub-weapon. These skulls that I'm firing right now that do too much damage. And that's why I'm playing so aggressively. That and I like to anyway. Oh, I want to pick that up right away. You don't want this. I'm just doing it because there's another change power-up right here. And, I don't like dodging both of them at once. Now the damage bug might affect every shot that I'm firing, but I'm so stupid. The napalm definitely does more damage than the standard shot. Like the difference between point blanking with just the gun and point blanking with the napalm shot is pretty massive. Good news, Windows Defender antivirus did not find any threats since my last summary. Defender. Yeah. Okay, don't just sit there and let it run into you. Back up a little. Right here. Oh. I really hate to say it, but I think I might be hitting the limit of my stamina. Because I'm starting to make new mistakes, which could mean that I'm tired. It is pretty late. I really don't think I've eaten. Vox, how late is drive-through open here? Can you Google it for me? The like one drive-through option we have. I think I already missed the boat on it, right? How'd your Grant run go? Lesbian, did you have time? You move after the 4th in all of these. Like this. That tank that I just killed is the most threatening enemy, probably in the first 2 levels. It's not very, I'm just saying. Like this guy. Like this guy, and I would like a better approach to these 2 turrets. I feel like I'm always sort of taken off guard by how long they live, which precise direction they're firing. It's like unnecessarily taxing my mental stack. Okay. Blew up his flamethrower. This might be max power now, I think. I can never tell when the outside cannon, the one closer to the back of the screen. Oh, nice. It's good to go sleep. Ooh. Think we're good. Think we're good. Right. Now back up. Still have plenty of time. I stopped firing there because when you break the other wing, the boss like jerks to the side. I'm not sure that the direction is always consistent, and if it happens during the sprinkler, it can get confusing to dodge. Does this thing want to die? There it goes. 1999, you just move up. This is it. Oh, that, I'm never doing that again. That was dangerous for 2 reasons, not just one. Okay. Alright. You good now? Whoa. Okay. After these medals, the boss is gonna spawn and like run away. And after it does, there's a tank on the right that is really easy to miss that fires a really inconvenient shot. Fucks everything up. So I've been like, if anything, overcompensating. There we go. I bet that tank hella died. This one isn't as bad. Itchy nose. Whoa, that still had a gun. That was scarier than I intended. Got those turrets. It's like a race against time boss, sort of, because it does respawn these turrets. The ones on the front are really dangerous. And they're really hard to see because of all the shit that's blowing up. There we go. Whew. All right, stage 4. The threats are on the right at the beginning, and they fire fast. Saying this to remind myself. These guys. I feel like I really don't have stage 4 routed. Like there's a heavy element of improvising and reacting way too late to every like major enemy spawn in this. I think I hyper-focused on the bosses and on the final stage when I was practicing. This is all I know is from this. Got that. This is the dangerous one. Oh, fuck me. I can see exactly where I need to practice stage 4 now. This is very much recoverable, by the way. This is actually, I think, one of the best places to die if you're gonna die. Even that is fine. I can't die anymore because that's my last life, but... I don't want to quit. Hang on. Where's level 4? Let me wait for the game to load. Does that work? No. Because honestly, the only reason that happened is because I've been getting lucky on stage 4 every time I play it. I've been going in without a plan and it's been working. I need a plan now. So this part's simple. You just alternate sides and take these out. It always gives me trouble in the exact same spot. And it's really easy to remember when that is because there's going to be a big purple, like, basically shield right here. This doesn't actually do anything. Can I... There's no way I can wait up here, right? Yeah, that's pretty dangerous. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Yes, it is not good. Hang on. Start on the right. So let's take a completely new approach here. We know that it's after the purple, whatever, that the problem tank spawns. So it's right here. So you take these 4 out. What if you wait at the back like this? doesn't feel very good either. It's the orange bullet in the middle. It's the orange bullet in the middle because its timing is really weird relative to everything else that the tank does. And if the tank's off screen, you seal its bullets and you can't tell what kind of cycle it's firing the orange bullets on. So there should be like, yeah, 4 of the foreground or background enemies. Then you can point blank this, and then it really does feel like you have to back off because of these guys. But you can just move up. It works. And then you should be able to point blank this guy. That's huge if it works. So go to the right. Yikes. Hopefully not the case. All right, so 4 here, that's our cue to take this out. Back off at the bottom, and after these fire, move up. That doesn't work. So the concept still works. I promise you this works. It's just not as simple as moving all the way back to the back of the screen after taking out the 4 background enemies. It should be right now. So, take these out. You do this. And then you move here. Yeah. And then you die. This has potential. I promise you this has potential. So there will be a vertical position where I can dodge the background enemies without even looking at their bullets. I just know it's gonna work. Oh my God, at least I reacted. These are the 4. Take these out. Point blank this. What if you touch this? That doesn't work. I might be wrong about this thing that I'm saying. This whole approach might be incorrect. Which is bad because I did promise it would work. I remember saying that. I feel like there's no way this has potential, but in the interest of trying absolutely everything, just take these 4 out. I'm going to completely ignore the background enemies and just kill this thing. Because it will work. I assume they just shoot and kill me. Yes. Wait. But the top right corner of the screen is a completely like normalized and controlled position. This has... What if I just dodge by moving left? Oh, whoops. That's blue guy's alive. Whoa. Power up carrier. 4 enemies. Good to me. Okay, so we go all the way up to the top right corner of the screen. Nah. Damn, this doesn't work. This is way too fiddly. I need to move this save state up. Do I have a save state W? Yes, so let's just keep moving E. It's fine. I don't really think I need to practice the very beginning. Oh no. Alright, this save state is kind of fucked up. This has potential, I think. Definitely take this blue guy out. Alright, so you take these 4 out. You have plenty of time to point blank this now. I don't like that. The concept is fine, I think. Okay, I want to, like, let the camera just hang on one of these tank enemies so you can see what the issue is, because this has gotten me before. Alright. So it's this blue, like, walking mech thing that spawns. It shoots these big blue lines of bullets, but it also shoots this... You see, like, it shoots a pizza roll-shaped yellow bullet in the middle, and the timing of that is not... It's like... It's desynced from the blue lines. When they're off screen, you can't see where they are in that cycle. So, because they're not firing. Even if they were firing, you won't be able to see it. And so it makes attacking those, and you do have to take them out, a guess. I think I can wing it. Yeah, I bet you did. Bet you did. I did. I said it. Oh dear. That has never lived that long before. Okay, that's fine. I can just skip this one. This positioning is not as picky as I'm pretending. Alright, it's close. It really is close. I can tell. All right, nothing here matters but the planes. That tank is the most dangerous. I don't think so, but you never know. Fuck. Whoa. Oh my god. That's a new mistake. Maybe I should quit. I know what happened. It's just the fact that it happened is a little fishy. The weight of... I might be beginning to buckle under the weight of all the repeated resets. But I feel like if I just come back to this tomorrow morning, I will get it, like, very quickly. Nice. I think PCB is one of the harder Toho normals. I think it's also one of the hardest Toho Easies. I feel like I heard this, that like PCB Easy might be harder than normal. You ever hear this? G-Pool, this game is fucking awesome. It's giving me more trouble than I think it should, and honestly, I think it's just that I got a little stubborn and I was like, I can beat this tonight. And like, might be time to admit, yeah, I can, but I'll get it done way faster if I just go to bed and try in the morning. I don't know if you can promise that, Declan, but... You stake your life on it? No, you don't. You do no such thing. Okay, yeah, try that. The special blessing. That's what I needed. Kenster, I get what you're doing. more tank. Freaking let that lane live. I wish the barrels of the cannons recoiled when they fired. It's like a little harder to read what's going on in this game than in some of the ones I've played, and I just put together that that's what it is. Holy shit. Alright, we're good. NMK games? Yes, actually. Are you going to bad ret runs? Or you just like the emote? Yeah, there are NMK games, Lamasar. I mean, will I end up playing them for a 1cc? I really don't know. I only need to do 1cc per skill level. I might do more. Like, if I beat this, I kind of want to try Insector X and Stormblade. I think I'm good on V Mana, and apparently Slap Fight just doesn't exist, so. I really like Thunder Dragon 2 on the subject of NMK games. Okay, I'm backing way the fuck up. Oh my god, that was a huge mistake because of the C. Alright, we got one more of those kind of deceptive guns. Cannons, whatever. This thing. Yeah, that game is cool. Got medals to get. Oh my god. That tank. I never killed that tank in the corner. Did you see that? It fired a shot up the right side. I'm like doing math in my head, like, so how many bombs do you get in like a run where you just use every safety bomb you can? Level 4, I was just practicing. I kind of want to just bomb for the shitty part. Okay, go to the right. We're getting our first blue mech, teal mech. I think there's another cannon here. Yeah, take that out. Power up carrier, 4 background enemies. Take them out. Take out the purple thing. Okay. I don't remember any of the rest of the level. Okay, yeah, I do. I want to be on the left here and kind of hide. So I can do this. There we go. All right. This one, kill this one. Then this is something, and then a change and a homing. Nice. Change will never come down to this corner, so you just go here, go up, grab the nade. I don't remember the next section. I don't think it goes straight to the mini boss. Oh, it's pretty close. Nice. Okay, yeah, this part. Have a good night, Sepasai. Line up at the end. Back up. Okay, I saw the mistake. I bombed in time. See if I can just kill it. Not quite. Oh my god, dude. It might be over. I thought the boss was dead. I don't even know if you can get away with sitting up here. Will this work? Or am I dead? Okay, I can get napalm back. But it might be tricky because I really can't move from this spot. There. I had to do it at some point. Okay, this is still alive. It's not in good shape. Going to be 2 arms at once. Now an arm on the left. I got caught off guard by another arm on the right. It may not have been this way. So there might be one down into the right here. No, I did miss that one, as it turns out. Fuck. Oh my god. That would have been pretty funny if that had hit me. I just forgot that an enemy spawned there entirely. Forgot entirely that an enemy spawned there. Alright, to save bombs, we have to take a risk. And hope against hope that this is not a max power only strat. It's not. Alright, you get one bomb back, I think. But I didn't want to risk spending two. That's the bomb. Alright. Now this hard-ass mini-boss thing. It's definitely harder than the last boss itself. I had to. I got the one up. I got the one up. There's a chance. That's gonna get to fire, I think. Oh, fuck me. Yeesh. I completely forgot about those. These might actually get to fire. I don't remember what they do. Get these out. It's not looking good, but it's also not impossible. Oh no. How? How did that hit me, dude? Oh my god. 1,295,840. That game is going to go down like so fast when I come back with like any kind of like rest. I don't know. I don't really care. I mean, it probably is, but I'm just noting it because I need to know like what I'm gonna beat. 1,295. Yeah, like it's just fatigue. I have so much of this stuff figured out, but you know, after 6 hours of this, like it's getting blood from a stone. Yeah, that run earlier in the day, even like half an hour earlier, that would have been it. Yeah. True. Well, that could have gone worse. That could have gone a lot worse. I am tired. I'm gonna shout out my alt account because I'm gonna probably just finish this game up on my alt account tomorrow. I may not have an opportunity because Saralene and I are going to be doing a Dark Souls collab in the afternoon, but you never know. I might have time. So that's the account. Probably the next Shmup stream I'm going to be playing off stream once he sees at least of this, if not the other level 3 games. I think it's not. Yeah, thank you, Pyromance. So with that out of the way, first of all, thanks for watching. I had fun with this one. I think Shmups are fucking awesome. Yeah, thank you, Chompy. I think Shmups are awesome. That's what I think. So my next stream on my channel is going to be Thursday night, and it's going to be Chrono Cross. However, there is a pretty substantial chance that I will keep an eye on like how tired I am, how worn out my voice is, etc. And I may make the choice to skip it. The Castlevania challenge is getting extremely labor intensive, and I don't want to spread myself too thin. So just know that there's a pretty decent chance that we're going to call an audible and cancel tomorrow night's stream. Tomorrow during the afternoon, I'm going to be hanging out with Saralene while she plays Dark Souls for the first time. She's like 2 streams in. It'll be her 3rd. And yeah, so next... Oh, and then Saturday I'm doing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. On Monday, I'm doing the last Platformageddon of the month. There will not be one on the 30th. Then Tuesday is the next to last Classicvania update stream. Wednesday will be Shmups. Thursday will be Chrono Cross, maybe, depending. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Thank you, everybody. You have a good night, and say hi to BBH. He's playing Bloody Wolf, which is one of my favorite games on the PC Engine. I think that the arcade version I don't like as much, but I'll be able to tell pretty quick. So have a good night, everybody, and see you when I see you. Thanks.